The first astropath died before the alarm began. His spine arched until the vertebrae broke beneath his robes, his teeth bursting from their sockets as blood flooded his mouth. And then the rest of the choir followed him into madness as the Immaterium opened its jaws above Fenris. Across the system, men born with the curse of sight screamed until their throats tore raw. Some clawed out their own eyes. Others spoke in languages no sanctioned lexicon contained. One simply began laughing as blood ran from his ears, laughing while the empiric pressure cooked the soft matter within his skull. Beyond the armored walls of the Fang, the wolf's eye burned like a malignant wound in heaven, and before it, an answering darkness flowered. Reality split. Warp light crawled across the void in colors that human sight had never evolved to endure. The first battleship came through bow first, black as old blood beneath layers of tarnished brass, its kilometer-long flanks bearing the baleful eye of Horus. Then another translated beside it, then 10, then scores. Grand cruisers followed, their prows plated with iron and bone, carriers vomiting attack craft before the empiric fire had finished crawling from their hulls. Troop arcs, slaughter barges, corrupted navy vessels, freighters, pilgrim hulks, prison ships and transports came behind them until the auger displays of Fenrisian defense stations ceased counting individual vessels and began grouping them by tonnage. Thousands of lesser ships crowded in their wake. The Black Legion had brought no impossible host of billions of traitorous starts. It had brought something worse. A hard black spearhead of heretic space marines wrapped in an ocean of mortal flesh, with billions of renegades, conscripts, slaves, mutants, cult warriors, and condemned souls packed into rusted holds beside tanks, artillery, ammunition, and demon-bound engines. Wolf's Lair opened fire before its command throne received confirmation that the enemy existed. Targeting cogitators had already found the largest signatures. Defense monitors rolled to expose lance batteries. Void shields rose around stations and bastions in shimmering layers that made the stars bend. From the surface of Fenris, hidden emplacements cut loose through storm and atmosphere, great beams climbing from Asaheim like the wrath of a god. One lance found a mass conveyance vessel still vomiting warp discharge from its engines. The beam touched the transport amidships and passed through armor, decks, holds, and reactor spaces without slowing. For less than a heartbeat, the ship remained intact. Then its center became a white sphere. The vessel folded around the wound, and several 100,000 human beings died before they understood they had reached Fenris. Men, tanks, cages, decks, and prayer halls became incandescent fragments expanding into vacuum. Other transports continued advancing through the debris. Their captains had expected losses. Their masters had budgeted lives as ammunition. Threxos Hellbreed watched the first convoy die and felt no anger. He stood inside the command sanctum of his flagship, with one gauntlet closed around the edge of a strategium table whose adamantium surface had been carved with the names of conquered worlds. His terminator plate was black and brass, its joints muttering with chained machine spirits, and the rune of the Ravager burned beside the eye upon his breastplate. Tactical light painted his scarred face red. Around him, mortal officers called rangers and shield strength in voices made thin by fear. Threxos ignored their fear. It was useful, so long as it remained obedient. "The wolves have found the transports," reported a helmsman. "As intended," Threxos replied. His voice was low enough that the officer leaned closer despite himself. "Advance the second screen. Break formation by squadrons. Give their guns too many graves to choose between." A legionary beside the throne asked, "And the mortals?" Threxos looked at the burning icons representing 4 transports already gone. "They have achieved more by dying than they would have achieved by living. Launch the hounds." The void between the fleets filled with murder. Boarding torpedoes fired from armored tubes and accelerated behind screens of sacrificial attack craft. Dreadclaws tumbled through defensive fire, correcting their trajectories with savage bursts from thrusters. Assault boats followed in loose packs, while macro cannon. Batteries began their work. Shells with the mass of hab blocks crossed the darkness at impossible speed, striking void shields in flashes visible from Fenris. The first shield layer around an Imperial cruiser failed beneath overlapping impacts. Threxos saw the collapse as a momentary distortion in the hololith and pointed at the vessel. First Talon to the prow, second amidships, third takes engineering. Do not contest the bridge until the engines are ours. One of his captains laughed through the vox. You deny us the head? Threxos answered without raising his voice. A severed head does not steer a captured ship. Take its limbs first. The laughter stopped. By your will, Lord Ravager. Mortal transports pushed ahead and died in sheets of fire, concealing the smaller signatures of the boarding craft inside clouds of expanding plasma, wreckage and bodies. Threxos watched the tactic unfold exactly as rehearsed. Blood was not sacred to him because it was blood. Blood was valuable when spilled at the correct place and time. The first hounds struck the Imperial cruiser hard enough to throw men from their feet, 3 decks from the breach. Explosive bolts blew the boarding torpedo's nose apart, and Terminators came through the smoke. Navy armsmen fired disciplined volleys. Las bolts scorched black plate. A plasma gun struck one traitor in the chest and burst the warrior apart from within. Fragments of ancient ceramite punching into the bulkheads. The hounds did not pause. Their combi bolters answered. Mass reactive rounds entered torsos and detonated after penetration, blasting men open from the ribcage outward. A rating lost both arms and half his face to one burst. Another was cut through the waist by a chain axe and fell in 2 separate pieces, entrails dragging behind the upper half as he tried to crawl. The Terminator who had struck him was already 3 victims farther down the passage. Power weapons flashed. Heads burst against bulkheads. A chain axe caught an officer beneath the jaw and climbed through teeth, tongue, palate and brain before throwing the ruined skull from the screaming weapon. None of the hounds looked down. Slaughter was movement. Movement was victory. Jorund Harrickson saw them only as ghosts on a pict screen. He stood in the command vault of Wolf's Lair, with both hands locked around a brass railing, while damage runes multiplied across the hololith. He had been born in the shadow of the Fang, had served the Kaels since he was old enough to lift a rifle, and had believed until that hour that he understood the meaning of a great war. The displays corrected him. Stations he had visited as a young trooper ceased transmitting one after another. A defense platform holding 14,000 men became a red rune, then a black one. A dock complex disappeared so quickly, its casualty cogitator continued transmitting personnel tallies after the structure itself had broken apart. Gunhall Harrick is gone, said an officer. Gunlaug reports boarding. North Spindle has lost atmosphere. Jorund stared at numbers he could no longer translate into men. Keep the ventral batteries firing. Their servitors are burning. Then they burn working. By the Allfather, feed them shells until their augmetics melt. On the picked feed from the lower decks, Kaels formed firing lines behind barricades of ammunition crates. The first Black Legionnaire entered view beneath a storm of las fire. He was enormous even through the distorted image, black warplate edged in gold, horned helm turning with deliberate calm, while shots struck his breastplate and shoulder guard. One bolt penetrated a joint, and blood sprayed the wall. He kept walking. His bolter rose. The feed became red mist. Jorund saw men burst into pieces beneath controlled fire, saw a Kael sergeant charge with a power axe and disappear when a bolt detonated inside his abdomen. The emergency bulkheads came down to contain the breach. Several defenders had not cleared the threshold. One man was caught at the waist. Another had time to raise an arm before the descending blast door crushed him into the deck, blood jetting beneath its lower edge. Seal confirmed, said the officer beside Jorund. Jorund swallowed. Mark them in the dead roll when there is time. There may be no time. Jorund looked at him. then remember their names. The attack was already dividing. Frostheim vanished beneath clouds of diseased. Green discharge as plague vessels entered high orbit. Svelgard's defense works reported mass landings, thousands of slave transports opening their holds beneath fighter cover, while demon engines descended in gravitic cradles. Valdramani transmitted images of black-armored sorceress hosts, advancing toward places the rune priests had forbidden men to approach since earlier wars. Fenris itself received comparatively little fire. Bombardment struck airfields, auger stations, and isolated bastions, yet the Fang remained under attack rather than extermination. That disturbed Jorund more than an attempt at annihilation would have done. Helldrakes tore through Fenrisian interceptors above the atmosphere, their metal bodies twisting like living predators. Stormwolf gunships climbed to meet them. Thunderhawks rose from hidden launch chambers in the Fang and vanished into cloud. Torpedoes crossed the outer system in salvos, large enough to resemble meteor storms. The archenemy was not raiding, it was assigning objectives. Deep within the Fang, Logan Gungnir studied the same truth without wasting breath on astonishment. The Great Wolf stood beneath a hololithic Fenris, whose moons and battle zones glowed in bloody colors. Wolf Lords, Wolf Guard, Iron Priests, Rune Priests, and Kael Commanders filled the strategium around him. Blood claws remain off the exposed ice, Logan said. A Jarl began to object and stopped when Gungnir looked at him. They want our young ones angry. Give the Oathbreakers nothing they ask for. Grey Hunters establish moving kill grounds along the approaches. Long Fangs leave the obvious heights and dig into the secondary ridges. Iron Priests disperse armor before the next bombardment. Wolfguard in Terminator Plate stand ready for teleport strikes against vessels that lose shields. Every gunship capable of flight leaves its roost now. Ragnar Blackmane leaned over the hololith, eyes fixed on the enemy dispositions. There are too many. Logan's expression did not change. Aye. Even if every brother takes 100 with him, then stop counting corpses and find the hand holding the blade. The council ended there because Logan had already reached the arithmetic that mattered. The rout could butcher mortal armies until mountains of bodies froze upon the ice and still lose Fenris beneath sheer weight. The Black Legion had enough slave infantry to drown every gun line in blood. Killing the swarm was not victory. Killing those who gave it purpose might be. Logan enlarged the void display and marked the capital vessels coordinating each assault. Break their command, break their supply, make every warlord down there wonder whether the next order is true. The sons of Russ are not here to prove we can die loudly. A few grim smiles showed teeth around the chamber. We are here to make them regret coming. Njal Stormcaller moved before anyone answered. The rune priest had gone rigid, one hand closing upon the head of his staff. Frost whitened his beard. The air around him smelled suddenly of iron struck against stone. Several lumen globes burst overhead. Njal? Logan asked. The old rune priest did not look at him. Blood seeped from one nostril. The word is being bound. The strategium fell silent. Speak plainly, Logan said. Njal's eyes opened, but for a moment they reflected something other than the chamber. I see the wolf's eye, a black chain around it, link upon link, each forged where their ships hold station. I smell frozen earth beneath old blood. There is a howl beyond the chain. Ragnar frowned. From Fenris? No. Njal's voice became a growl. Toward Fenris. He lifted one shaking finger toward the hololith. Those vessels. There, and there. They do not advance. They do not fire. They are holding place in the void, while all others move around them. Logan studied the geometry for 3 heartbeats. Mark every stationary vessel as execution priority. Ragnar, you wanted the hand holding the blade. Find me one of its fingers. On Frostheim, Skyrack Slaughterborn was already teaching the defenders what patience meant to the servants of decay. His artillery ignored the strongest bastions. Plague shells fell upon glacier reservoirs, water processors, landing grounds, and the narrow routes through which refugees were being moved toward shelter. The first shell burst without flame. A brown-green cloud rolled across a column of mortal defenders, carrying flies that should not have survived the cold. Men coughed. Then they began vomiting pieces of their own lungs, skin blistered and separated from muscle. One soldier clawed at his throat until his fingers sank through softened flesh, tearing his own windpipe open while he continued to scream through bubbling blood. Another swelled until his armor split at the seams, and yellow fat pushed through the gaps in obscene folds. Bringers of decay advanced behind the contamination, corroded plate dripping fluids that steamed on the ice. Grey hunters fired into them. Bolter shells shattered armor, penetrated diseased meat and burst inside torsos, yet things moved within the wounds, pale and segmented, retreating from the light. The plague marines came on. Skyrack watched from behind the advance and ordered no acceleration. The defenders were doing what he wanted. The wounded were being carried rearward. Refugees were being redirected. Medici stations were filling. Every act of loyalty gathered clean flesh around contaminated flesh. Let them save one another, he told his warband. Let brother carry brother. Let fathers drag sons from the road. Mercy is the sweetest vector. His warriors laughed through damaged vox grills, and the plague guns fired again. Elsewhere, Devram Corda's cruelty was cleaner. Prisoners marched beneath chains toward shrines erected by slaves, whose hands had been worked bloody constructing them. Imperial aquilae were broken beneath tracked machines. Stone monuments to the honored dead were dragged down and crushed into aggregate for processing platforms. Corda's children of torment did not waste ammunition on those who obeyed. Men were sorted by labor gangs with the efficiency of a Munitorum depot. Those judged useful were branded. Those judged strong were chained to work crews. The rest entered iron structures whose interiors shook with machinery and screaming. At one end went living men. At the other came steaming nutrient slurry, barrels of chemical residue, and narrow glass vessels containing minute quantities of iridescent fluid. Thousands of lives became a few mouthfuls of impossible color. Corda held one vial before the light and smiled at its purity. Ragnar Blackmane reached the stationary vessel before the next hour had died. His boarding force translated across under cover of a torpedo strike, Wolfguard materializing amid red lightning upon a deck already scarred by bombardment. For Russ and the All-Father, Ragnar voxed, and the pack moved. Black Legion crew died fast. Chainswords chewed through joints in ancient armor. Bolt pistols fired into faces at arm's length. Ragnar's blade opened one legionnaire from shoulder to hip, spilling organs and broken rib fragments across the deck. They reached the bridge expecting resistance and found corpses, hundreds of them. Mortal crew had been nailed, wired and fused into a black structure occupying the command sanctum. Their mouths had been sewn open around cables. Blackstone rose from the floor in angular slabs, while blood ran through channels cut into the deck. "No crew," one Wolfguard said. Ragnar stared at the machinery. "The ship is the crew. They destroyed it anyway." Melter charges transformed the central slab into incandescent fragments. For one breath, Ragnar thought the deed done. Then Njal's voice struck his helm through screaming interference. "3 more have awakened." Ragnar looked to the tactical display. New stationary contacts flared into life elsewhere in the system. "They knew," he said. Teleportation lightning answered behind him. Chaos Terminators appeared between the wolves and their extraction point. The withdrawal became butchery. Combi bolters thundered through corridors filling with smoke. A Wolfguard took a chain fist through the abdomen and was ripped almost in half, his intestines spilling across the traitor's gauntlet before he detonated a crack grenade against his killer's chest. Ragnar dragged another wounded brother through a failing pressure door as atmosphere screamed past them toward a hull breach. Fire rolled along the ceiling. Black Legion Terminators came through it without haste. By the time the surviving wolves reached their teleport beacon, fewer than half the pack still answered Ragnar's vox. He looked back at the dead vessel, at the 3 new runes burning upon his display, and understood the insult. Their enemy had not merely anticipated aggression, it had prepared an answer specifically for the way the sons of Fenris preferred to wage war. Wolf's Lair began dying before Ragnar returned. Threxos Hellbreed committed his flagship at a range no sane naval commander would have accepted. Its void shields collapsed one after another beneath defense laser fire, but its guns answered at point-blank range. Macro shells struck Wolf's Lair hard enough to shake the fortress through its kilometers of armor. Jorund was thrown against the rail. Consoles exploded. A servitor continued feeding targeting solutions through a mouth already burning, reciting firing data until flame consumed its tongue. "Shield layer gone," someone screamed. "Boarding signatures by the hundreds." Jorund wiped blood from his eyes. "All batteries, independent fire. Kill whatever is nearest." The fortress shuddered again. Somewhere below, thousands of Kaels were fighting deck by deck. Jorund could hear bolter fire through the structure now, each report a distant hammer blow. The final impact tore the command vault from the station. There was no warning beyond a sound like a mountain splitting. Decking rose beneath Jorund. Men, consoles, and fragments of armor became weightless. The far wall opened upon stars and fire as emergency fields failed. Jorund struck something hard enough to break ribs, lost consciousness, and awoke inside a fragment of the command vault, tumbling away from Wolf's Lair. Through a cracked viewport, he watched the defense fortress come apart. Its reactor light grew brighter inside its broken heart. Then Wolf's Lair became a sun. The detonation consumed boarding craft, Kaels and traitors together, hurling burning wreckage toward Fenris in a storm vast enough to scar the night sky. Jorund drifted among the dead and watched his world burn beneath him. Then the Vox came alive. Not a command, not a distress call, not the barked Fenrisian challenge of a dying shipmaster or the corrupted chanting of the archenemy. A sound moved through every surviving frequency at once, so deep that Jorund felt it through his broken ribs before his ears understood it. A howl, impossibly distant and impossibly vast, distorted by static that sounded like cracking ice and dying stars. Across the system, Black Legion warriors stopped in the act of killing. Rune priests collapsed bleeding upon the stones of the Fang. Njal Stormcaller fell to one knee and gripped his staff with both hands while frost raced outward across the floor. Deep beneath them, in a sepulchral chamber where ancient machinery guarded a warrior older than the Imperium's living memory, dormant reactors awakened without command. Sacred oils trembled in their vessels. Servitors raised their heads. Warning runes appeared across consoles untouched by mortal hands. Within an adamantium sarcophagus, something that had slept through generations of men opened its remaining eye. Bjorn the Fell-Handed breathed through lungs that had not drawn air freely for 10,000 years. Russ. The vengeful spirit did not sail with the spearhead. It waited in darkness many warp passages from Fenris, concealed within a dead system whose nameless star had burned down to a colorless ember long before mankind first learned to cross the void. No inhabited world circled that corpse light. Nothing remained there worth conquering, and for that reason, Ezekiel Abaddon had chosen it. The greatest vessel of the Long War hung between barren planets like an iron continent, its kilometers of armor bearing scars won across 10,000 years of hatred. The Eye of Horus repeated upon bastions, gun housings, and cathedral towers until the symbol ceased to resemble heraldry and became a promise. Within the strategium, Fenris was reduced to a sphere of cold light no larger than Abaddon's fist. Its moons were lesser runes. Armies numbering in millions shone as shifting clusters of red. Entire flotillas appeared as points moving between concentric tactical grids. Men were dying by the hundreds of thousands, while the Warmaster watched them become changes in color upon a hololith. He stood in Terminator plate, beneath the suspended image, the talon of Horus hanging at his side, its long blades opening and closing with a faint metallic chime. Draconian rested sheathed upon him like a darkness the chamber's lumens refused to illuminate. Around Abaddon waited warriors who had murdered worlds for him, and not one mistook his absence from Fenris for caution, born of fear. Threxos Hellbreed broke the silence first. His image towered above one edge of the projection, transmitted from his flagship within the Fenris system, warplate scratched and blackened by the destruction of Wolf's lair. The orbital cordon is broken, Warmaster. Their surviving monitors are withdrawing toward the inner defensive envelope. Give me sanction, and I will strike the Fang before the wolves recover. Abaddon regarded the Lord Ravager without expression. Elsewhere in the hololith, Skyrack's Slaughterborn manifested as a diseased green spectre, his swollen armor almost indistinguishable from the growth spreading across it, while Devram Corda stood immaculate in comparison, every surface of his ornate plate polished until torchlight gleamed across screaming faces sculpted into the ceramite. The fourth warrior existed only as a hooded distortion beneath a crown of shifting runes. Mordrek Val, current bearer of the title Lord Deceiver, had surrendered so much of his flesh to prophecy that even his brothers rarely agreed upon what he looked like. Behind them clustered warlords, sorcerers, and dark apostles, many appearing only as disembodied heads or armored torsos above the tactical table. One priest began, "The powers have opened the road before us, great Warmaster. The blood god drinks from Fenris, and the architect of fate has—" Abaddon turned his head. Enough. The word ended the sermon more completely than a gunshot. If the gods have a battle plan, they may transmit it through proper command channels. Several warriors laughed. The priest did not. Abaddon looked again toward Fenris. You were not given armies so that you could win a war for Fenris. Fenris is not the prize. Threxos's projected eyes narrowed. Then why spend the blood? Because blood attracts wolves. Abaddon enlarged the system until the Fang became a mountain-shaped rune, surrounded by planetary fortifications, surface concentrations, and burning orbital stations. The Imperium believes every great offensive must end with my blade buried in the heart of whatever world I choose to break. Let them continue believing it. I will not place the long war upon an altar, merely because some priest claims his patron thirsts for spectacle. You will butcher their armies, poison their moons, tear apart their strongholds, and make the sons of Fenris believe this war is about them. It is not. The talon moved, one blade touching the cold image of Fenris without disturbing it. We are hunting Leman Russ. Even among the chosen, silence followed the name. Threxos was the first to recover. Then let me break the Fang. If he lives, that will call him. Skyrack made a wet sound that might have been laughter. You still think every door yields to an axe. And you think rot is wisdom because it is slow. Enough, Abaddon said, quieter than either of them, and both obeyed. Devram Corda inclined his head. The population must remain viable, Warmaster. Hellbreed has already expended more mortal stock than projected. If he continues, the reservoirs will fall below the required mass. Threxos looked toward him. You call them reservoirs because the word slaves offends your delicacy? Nothing offends me, Ravager. Waste irritates me. Skyrack's armor breathed around him. Let the Purgator keep his meat. Frostheim is mine. Infection spreads through their sanctuaries even now. Every wounded defender they carry from the ice becomes another altar to Grandfather. Mordrek Val finally spoke, his voice divided by echoes that arrived before and after the words themselves. Territory is irrelevant. Infection is irrelevant. Your appetites are irrelevant. 5 anchors must endure. Everything else exists to preserve their geometry. Threxos's hand tightened around his axe. Speak to me that way again, witch. You will die on Fenris, Val answered. Perhaps you already have. Abaddon smiled without humor. Rivalry was not a sickness among the legions. Rivalry was an engine. Warriors who hated one another watched more closely, fought harder, and looked constantly for weakness. He had built armies from creatures whose pride could have fractured empires by itself. He did not demand affection. He demanded usefulness. You will continue exactly as ordered. Threxos controls the void approaches. Skyrack maintains biological pressure and denies movement. Corda preserves sufficient living stock for the engine. Val maintains the auguries and the anchors. You may despise one another when your duties permit it. The Warmaster looked at each image in turn. If any of you compromises the objective to satisfy vanity, hunger, or whichever whispering thing you mistake for destiny, Russ will not need to kill you. I will. No one answered. Abaddon's scarred mouth twitched. Good. We understand one another. At his gesture, the image of Fenris dissolved. Something darker replaced it. 5 black shards appeared around an artificial representation of the system, each connected by threads that were not quite light. Mortal tech adepts, stationed along the walls, began bleeding from their noses as the hololith struggled to display principles its machines had never been designed to contain. The Noctilith Noose, Val murmured. Dark Mechanicum Magi had spent centuries harvesting Blackstone from shattered pylons, dead worlds, buried vaults and battlefields, where entire armies had annihilated one another over fragments no larger than a man's hand. Some called it Noctilith. Others used older names. Its relationship with the Immaterium could change according to polarity, architecture and ritual, suppressing warp phenomena in one configuration and intensifying them in another. The heretics had not mastered it. Mastery was a word for fools who wanted the universe to appear obedient. They had learned enough. 5 anchor complexes, Abaddon said. Not gates, not shrines. They summon nothing. He glanced toward the priests when he spoke the last words. They shape pressure. Fenris has endured 10,000 years of sorcery, invasion, demonic manifestation, mass death, and the psychic violence of the wolves themselves. Old wounds remain. We reopen them. We connect them. Every battle adds weight. Val spread skeletal fingers, and the black threads tightened around the system. A snare cannot drag a Primarch from wherever he wanders. Anyone claiming otherwise is either a liar or already insane. But prophecy has weight. Memory has weight. Blood has weight. If the Wolf King still exists within the Sea of Souls, we make Fenris impossible for him to ignore. Corda asked, and if he chooses to ignore it? Val's hood turned toward him. Then he was never the creature the sagas claimed. Abaddon studied the pattern for several moments. The 5 anchors remain alive until the noose closes. Nothing else is sacred. Deep beneath the fang, sacred machinery awakened with a violence that sent thralls stumbling from their stations. Incense filled the vault of the ancients until the air became grey. Wolf priests chanted old names, while iron priests moved among cables thicker than a man's torso, striking activation runes, consulting glowing data slates, and reciting Binharic supplications to machine spirits that had slept for generations. Hydraulic locks opened. Reactor heat spread through ancient adamantium. Servitors pumped sacred oils into joints built when the Imperium was young. Bjorn the Fell-Handed endured all of it in silence until the first systems rune burned green across his vision. Then, his sarcophagus speakers thundered, "Stop howling and tell me why I am awake." The chanting faltered. A wolf priest bowed his head. "Revered one, I know what I am called." Bjorn's assault cannon rotated once as its ammunition feeds engaged. I asked why. Logan Grimnar entered the vault before another priest could answer. The great wolf wore his warplate and carried the axe Morkai across one shoulder. Bjorn watched him approach through optics that had seen generations of great wolves born, grow old, and die. Logan stopped beneath the dreadnought's towering chassis. We heard a howl. Bjorn's claw flexed. Fenris is full of howling fools. Narrow the field. Njal heard it. Every rune priest with enough wyrd to feel the warp heard it. So did the enemy. Logan hesitated only once. You spoke a name when you woke. Bjorn became utterly still. The priests around him expected awe. They received something older and less comforting. Russ. The name existed between them like a weapon laid upon a table. Logan said, "You felt him." I felt something. Was it the Wolf King? Bjorn's sarcophagus emitted a mechanical growl. You ask as though I can smell him through 10,000 years. Logan did not look away. Few living warriors would have dared. The sagas say he will return when... I know what the sagas say. I was there before half of them were written. Bjorn moved closer, servos groaning beneath his weight. You pray for the king from the sagas. I remember the man. Russ laughed, lied, raged, judged and regretted. He made mistakes large enough for worlds to burn beneath them. If he returns, do not insult him by expecting a tale told beside a fire. Logan's expression hardened. Nor will I insult him by fearing his return. A sound like stones grinding came through Bjorn's speakers. It took Logan a moment to recognize laughter. Good, there may be hope for you yet. They spoke of the invasion, while iron priests completed Bjorn's arming rites around them. Frostheim, Svelgard, Valdermani. Each name carried older wounds. Each had known devastation, corruption, or war. Bjorn listened to the targeting pattern and understood before Logan finished. He is striking scars. Njal believes the same. Then Njal has remembered that a rune priest is permitted to think. Bjorn turned toward the tactical slate mounted beside the vault doors. Fenris itself. Selective bombardment. They could have done more. Because they do not want more. Bjorn's voice became colder. The despoiler is not attacking worlds. He is attacking what those worlds remember. There are places in this system where the veil has been torn and stitched together so often that even stone remembers the knife. If his witches know where to press... Logan finished the thought. The old wounds open. Aye. Ragnar Blackmane chose not to strike another ship. Wolf Scouts had found the weakness below one of the stationary anchor vessels, not in the void, but upon a volcanic island, where slave columns carried components from landing fields into a Blackstone excavation. Ragnar took grey hunters through lava-cut tunnels, while Bloodclaws waited in darkness above the valley, furious at being ordered to remain still. He heard their breathing over the pack channel. Hold, he told them for the third time. One young voice answered, They are beneath us, Jarl. I have eyes. We could reach them before. You will reach them when I say. If your blood is too hot for obedience, spill some of it yourself. The slaves passed beneath the ridge in chains. Cult troops marched beside them, autoguns ready, their armor painted with crude eyes of Horus. Behind came tracked haulers, carrying angular Blackstone segments, wrapped in chains and inscribed with wards. Ragnar waited until the first vehicle entered the killing ground. Now! Bloodclaws came over the ridge like an avalanche wearing power armor. Bolt pistols cracked. The first volley entered mortal bodies and detonated within them, opening backs in wet explosions of ribs, lungs, and shredded cloth. A cultist took a shell through the shoulder and vanished above the waist when a second struck his chest. Chainsward screamed as the young wolves reached the line. Teeth caught armor webbing, slid between ribs and tore upward, throwing strips of flesh across black stone. A Bloodclaw buried his blade in a cult champion's pelvis and dragged it through the abdomen until organs spilled steaming onto the ice. Grey hunters emerged from the tunnels behind the convoy with disciplined bolter fire. For a few glorious minutes, the archenemy died exactly as Ragnar had intended. Then the anchor moved. What Ragnar had mistaken for sculpted figures around its base unfolded from the stone. Possessed legionaries stepped forward, black armor fused into swollen muscle, horns emerging through shoulder plates, mouths opening where breastplates should have been. One creature's arm divided at the elbow into 3 taloned limbs. Another had no helm because its ceramite collar had grown teeth around a face that no longer possessed human proportions. The blood claws hit them without slowing. The impact killed 3 wolves in moments. One young warrior was lifted by both legs and smashed against the Noctilith monolith until his pelvis broke, then struck again until the body separated at the spine. A grey hunter lost his sword arm when a possessed tore it from the socket. He caught the severed limb with his remaining hand, thumbed the chainsword locked in the dead gauntlet to full scream, and drove his own amputated arm into the daemon's face. The teeth chewed through eye, cheek, and skull before the creature opened him from throat to groin. Ragnar reached the champion amid sprays of black blood. Its head leaned sideways upon an elongated neck, jaw split into 4 sections around a nest of smaller teeth. It met his frost blade with a claw hard enough to throw sparks across the monolith. The second blow cracked Ragnar's shoulder guard. He stepped inside the third, drove his blade through the thing's throat, and felt the frost-edged weapon bite through vertebrae. He kept cutting. Muscle parted. The spine broke. The creature's head hung by cords of flesh, yet it still lunged forward and closed its teeth around the rim of Ragnar's gorget. He snarled, braced one boot against its chest, and tore the blade sideways until the remaining tissue came apart. The head remained clamped to his armor after the body fell. Ragnar ripped it free and hurled it against the anchor. "Charges!" he voxed. The answer came after too long. Barely half the warriors who had entered the valley were still standing. On Valdemani, Devram Korda began the first true offering without ceremony. The killing lasted hours. Prisoners moved through processing lines in chains, while pumps thundered, saws screamed, and alchemical towers exhaled colored vapor into the frozen air. Men entered iron mouths alive and emerged as separated products. Blood traveled through heated pipes toward Blackstone channels. Fat and muscle became nutrient paste. Bone went to grinders. Trace compounds passed through increasingly elaborate filtration engines until iridescent liquid collected 1 drop at a time inside narrow vessels. Cult choirs chanted until their throats bled. Hundreds of thousands died by increments, each death too small to matter alone and monstrous only in accumulation. When the final reservoir opened beneath the anchor, the air changed. Snow stopped falling. For several seconds, each flake hung motionless. Then the storm rose toward the sky. Njal Stormcaller screamed inside the fang. He fell against the strategium table and saw blood spreading from his palm, where a rune had burned itself into the flesh. Logan caught him by the shoulder. "What?" Njal stared through him. "The dead. Speak. They are feeding it. Not merely their sacrifices. All of them. Ours. Theirs. Every corpse spilled beneath the pattern is another stone in the wall." Logan's face tightened. The truth was worse than numerical disadvantage. Attrition itself served the enemy. Every great stand, every glorious counterattack, every mountain of slaughtered cultists might be strengthening whatever chaos was building around Fenris. "Then we end this quickly," Logan said. Njal's laugh was breathless and bitter. "Aye, before winning kills us." The mountain shook. Black Legion raptors emerged from shafts beneath the Fang's western batteries, jump packs roaring inside caverns never meant to contain flight. Warp talons came with them through wounds of violet light, claws scratching sparks from stone. Kaels fired laser guns and heavy stubbers down maintenance galleries, while demolition teams packed charges against support columns. Men died in handfuls beneath bolt fire. One raptor landed among an entire gun crew and hacked 3 apart before their blood had touched the floor. Then, Wolfguard Terminators arrived. Storm bolters filled the cavern with detonations. Arjak Rockfist came at their head, shield raised, thunderhammer striking with enough force to break a traitor's breastplate inward and pulp the organs beneath. "Back to the dark with you, Oathbreakers," he roared, as another warp talon struck his shield. Claws scraped across it, throwing blue sparks. Arjak hammered the creature against the wall until ceramite, flesh and stone collapsed together. The breach did not become easy because Arjak had arrived. Terminator plate cracked beneath melter fire. 2 Wolfguard died holding a junction. Chaos continued shooting after their officers were dead. The enemy pressed deeper, and when Arjak saw warp talons entering the passage toward the primary defense reactors, he knew there would be no time to clear the lower tunnels. His Vox connected to the demolition master. "Bring the roof down." The mortal voice hesitated. "There are still Chaos below, Lord." "I know. They cannot withdraw." "I know." Several heartbeats passed. Then the mortal answered, "For Russ." And the All-Father. Charges fired. Thousands of tons of Fenrisian rock collapsed through the galleries. Loyalist defenders disappeared with the traitors beneath a roar that shook dust from halls far above. Njal was still climbing toward Logan's command chamber when the second howl reached him. This time, he understood its direction. Not from the Wolf's Eye, not from Fenris. Through them. The stationary vessels were points upon a path, their Blackstone anchors bending the Empyrean into a geometry no sane navigator would willingly follow. Something had found that road. He entered the strategium as every lumen flickered blood red. Beyond the fang, auroras changed color across Fenris, scarlet light crawling over the heavens like arterial blood poured across the stars. Rune priests staggered. Several fell unconscious. Far away, aboard hidden Black Legion vessels near the Eye of Terror, captive astropaths began screaming within their restraint thrones. One tore free of his bindings with such force that the bones of both arms snapped. Another shouted of teeth in the dark, of a hunter crossing impossible distances, of something following the scent of home. On the vengeful spirit, Mordrek Val lifted his hooded head. He smiled. In the fang, Bjorn the Fell-Handed did not. The ancient dreadnought turned toward the warriors gathering around Logan Grimnar. His assault cannon was loaded. His power claw was awake. For the first time since his resurrection from sleep, the oldest son of Fenris sounded not angry, but wary. "Arm yourselves," Bjorn said. "All of you." Logan looked toward him. "You believe it is truly him?" Bjorn's optics burned in the gloom. "I believe something is coming home," he answered, "and you would be fools to believe that means we are saved." The demons were running the wrong way. Harik Ironhand understood that before he understood anything else. The Kael defensive line had already ceased to exist in every meaningful sense. Black Legion armor had broken through the iceworks north of the Hrafnskar redoubt, corrupted predators grinding over breastworks, while traitor legionaries advanced behind them through smoke the color of old bruises. The snowfield had become a charnel plain of torn bodies, scorched armor, and frozen blood. Heavy bolter fire walked through the remnants of Harik's company in measured bursts, cutting men apart at the waist and exploding skulls inside their helmets, while something horned and impossible stalked through the wreckage on jointed legs, eating wounded defenders without slowing. Harik had lost his left ear, 2 fingers, and any belief that dawn would find him alive. Then the sky opened. It did not brighten, it tore. A wound appeared above the ice, black at its edges and blazing within, reality peeling apart beneath pressure that made men vomit and dropped every functioning auspex into shrieking static. Warp light spilled across the battlefield. The Black Legion stopped firing. The thing on jointed legs turned toward the fissure. Shapes came through, clawed things, winged things, things composed of teeth, smoke and human faces stretched across bodies never meant to bear them. Harik raised his lasrifle, despite knowing the weapon meant nothing against such creatures. Then he realized they were not charging. They were fleeing. One demon struck the ice hard enough to break both forelimbs, rose in a frenzy, and scrabbled away from the rift while looking over its shoulder. Another unfolded ragged wings and launched itself directly into the Black Legion line, not to attack, but to escape whatever remained behind it. Legionaries opened fire on their own warp-spawned allies. Bolter shells burst demonic flesh into black vapor. A possessed warrior turned toward the fissure and began laughing through 3 mouths. The laughter became a scream. Something stepped through behind the fleeing host. At first, Harrick saw only scale, a warrior taller than an Astartes, broad enough that the storm itself seemed to divide around him. His armor might once have been grey. It was difficult to tell beneath centuries of scorching claw marks, dried blood and wounds cut so deeply through artificer plate that some should have reached flesh. Runes older than the chapter burned faintly across battered ceramite. Frost smoked from a mantle of pale fur at his shoulders. His hair had grown long and wild, streaked with colors the warp light turned between silver and ash. And his face was the face from 1,000 carvings, altered by something no carving had ever known. Scarred, older, harder. Not old as mortals counted age, but marked by an existence for which time had possessed no mercy. Blood ran from a wound beneath his ribs. He held a sword in one hand. Harrick had seen copies of that blade carried in processions and carved into the gates of the Fang. He had heard Skjald speak its name beside winter fires. Mjolnir, the sword of Balnight. The possessed charged him. It was a giant even among legionaries, black armor broken by cords of exposed muscle, one arm ending in a hooked blade of living bone. The newcomer did not assume a duelist's stance. He did not salute, roar a challenge, or test the creature's reach. He stepped forward once and struck it with his empty fist. The breastplate collapsed inward with a noise like an armor hatch being crushed beneath a tank tread. Ceramite fragments vanished into the possessed warrior's chest, punching through both hearts and the fused organs around them. The traitor left the ground, landed several strides away, and did not rise. Another legionary fired. The stranger seized a second traitor by the gorget, hauled him bodily across the line of fire, and held him there. Bolt rounds hammered into black plate, penetrated and detonated inside the captive Astartes. Blood and shredded transhuman organs erupted from ruptures in his back. The stranger waited until the corpse had absorbed the burst, then hurled it one-handed. Hundreds of kilograms of dead legionary struck 2 others hard enough to knock them from their feet. Mjolnir moved. There was no flourish. The blade crossed from low to high and opened the first fallen warrior through pelvis, abdomen, and chest. Reinforced ribs parted. Both halves of the body hit the snow separately. The next stroke removed an arm, shoulder, and half a head. Harrick realized he was watching neither swordsmanship nor rage. He was watching a predator that had killed for so long that killing no longer required conscious thought. The Mauler fiend came for him through the smoke, its iron body smashing aside dead men and wrecked barricades as though they were brushwood. Demonic flesh bulged between armor plates. Its furnace mouth opened upon a howl of grinding metal, and magma-hot saliva sprayed the ice. Scales scattered. The giant did not. One siege claw closed around his torso. Harrick shouted a warning too late. Ceramite screamed beneath pressure that could tear open a battle tank. The stranger vanished inside the claw, then emerged upward. He had allowed the machine to seize him. Using its own limb as purchase, he climbed across the arm before the demon engine understood the trap. The other claw slashed and missed. He reached the carapace, drove Mjolnir through an armor seam, and ripped the blade free. Once, twice, again. Each thrust entered deeper as he widened the same wound. Black ichor sprayed across his face. Mechanical organs writhed beneath the plate. The demon inside shrieked through every vox set on the field. The stranger buried one arm into the torn cavity, seized something that glowed like a furnace heart, and pulled. Cables, meat, and brass tubing came out around his fist. He crushed the thing between his fingers. The Mauler fiend convulsed, reared and collapsed hard enough to throw a wave of snow, blood, and severed limbs across the survivors. The Black Legion began withdrawing. That, more than anything, convinced Harrick that the impossible had become real. Traitor Astartes, who had advanced through Kael fire without hesitation, were breaking contact from one warrior. The stranger watched them go and did not pursue. His breathing was heavy. Blood continued leaking beneath his damaged armor. He wiped Mjolnir clean across the fur hanging from one shoulder, then looked toward the surviving Kaels. Harrick found himself kneeling without deciding to do so. Men around him did the same. One began speaking a prayer to the All-Father. The giant's expression darkened. "Get up." Nobody moved. His voice carried through the wind without amplification, rough as stone dragged across ice. "I did not cross whatever damned road brought me here to find Fenrisians kneeling, while Oathbreakers still draw breath. Up." Harrick rose so quickly, pain flared through his wounded hand. The stranger looked over the battered line. "What year?" Harrick swallowed. "The 42nd millennium, Lord." The man stared at him. For a moment, Harrick wondered whether he had misunderstood. "Say that again." Harrick obeyed. The stranger's eyes went distant, calculating a span of absence no human mind could meaningfully grasp. Then he asked, "Who holds the route?" "Logan Gungnir, Great Wolf." A small nod. "The All-Father?" "Upon the golden throne still." Something tightened in the ancient face. "Bjorn?" Harrick almost smiled from sheer disbelief. "Lives, entombed, but lives." The stranger closed his eyes once. When they opened again, he asked, "My brothers?" Harrick hesitated. Robut Guilliman returned. A dark laugh broke from the giant, deep and abrupt. Of course he did. The Empire could burn down to its foundations, and Guilliman would return carrying ledgers. Several Kaels laughed nervously. Then Harrick said, "Cardia is gone. The eye broke open. The galaxy is divided by the Great Rift." The laughter ended. "Who?" "Abaddon." The stranger went very still. "Ezekiel?" Harrick had never heard the despoiler named with familiarity. "Aye, Lord. Abaddon the despoiler?" The giant turned toward the distant black-armored columns. "Horus's first captain." He spoke the words not as history, but memory. Still alive, still angry. Some things refused to improve. Logan Gungnir came beneath a sky burning red. Thunderhawks descended beyond the wrecked line, retrojets blowing snow and ash outward, while Wolfguard formed a perimeter. Grey hunters disembarked beside warriors in armor, whose proportions Russ did not immediately recognize, taller and differently wrought than the sons he remembered. He studied them with the same attention he had given the enemy. The Primaris warriors stared back at their gene sire and discovered that awe did not feel pleasant. Logan came last, axe Morkai in hand, his age carved across features that did not bend easily before anything living. Russ watched him approach. The great wolf stopped several paces away. He did not kneel. Warriors around them waited for one of two legends to decide what the moment meant. Russ walked a slow circle around him, examining armor, trophies, pelts, weapon, posture. "You are Gungnir." "I am." "You call yourself Great Wolf." "Others call me that." Russ came around to face him again. "And you do not kneel." Logan's grip tightened once around his axe. "You have not commanded me to." The old Primarch's mouth curved. "Good." He looked past Logan toward the assembled sons of Fenris. 10,000 years. Account for them. Logan could have spoken for days. He did not. "We survived Magnus. We survived the Inquisition. We fought for Armageddon and Cadia. We buried great wolves, Jarls and brothers beyond counting. We failed worlds. We saved others. The Fang has burned and stood again. Fenris lives." Russ regarded him for a long moment. "That is an ugly saga." "The true ones usually are." The smile returned. "Jarl, then. Keep your axe." Bjorn waited in a vault cleared of priests. Russ had demanded that much. When the doors closed behind him, the Primarch stood alone before the ancient dreadnought. Neither spoke immediately. Bjorn's sarcophagus bore scars Russ did not recognize. That wounded him in a way bolt and blade never had. Every gouge represented a battle his son had fought while he was absent. "You look terrible," Bjorn said at last. Russ barked one laugh. "You are a box, and still prettier than you." Silence returned, heavier now. Russ approached until he could rest one gauntleted hand against the cold adamantium of Bjorn's chassis. "I told you to stay. I noticed. I thought someone had to remember. For 10,000 years." Russ's hand remained where it was. "I am sorry." No explanation followed, no defense. Bjorn's optics burned steadily. 10,000 years is too long for an apology to carry much weight, Leman. Russ accepted the use of his name, as he would have accepted a blade. "I." Bjorn's power claw shifted slightly. "I hated you. I. There were centuries when I hoped you were dead. Only centuries." Bjorn made a grinding sound that might once have been laughter. "Do not make me regret missing you." Jarl explained the Noctilith Noose in the Fang's Strategium, while Russ ignored the staring warriors and studied the tactical hololith. He asked questions faster than the rune priest could answer. "Them. 5 anchors? 5. Which still function? All, though one is damaged. Fleet positions? Logan supplied them. Supply movements? A Kael general answered. Enemy dead? Millions among the mortal armies, fewer among the traitor legions." Russ looked sharply at Njal. "And every death strengthens the working. So the word shows." Russ's eyes returned to the pattern. He moved several vessel icons with his fingers, turned the projection, then enlarged the immaterial geometry Njal had mapped. "Abaddon did not foresee me." Njal frowned. "The Deceiver claims. Sorcerers claim many things. Ezekiel was never stupid enough to trust certainty from the warp." Russ pointed at the anchors. "He built circumstances in which prophecy becomes pressure. He does not know where I was. He made home bleed loudly enough that something bearing my scent would hear it." Logan stared at the lattice. "The Noose brought you in. And now?" Russ rotated the pattern again. The black lines pointed inward. "Now it closes behind me." No one spoke. Russ smiled without mirth. "He has not built a beacon. He has built a cage." Logan asked the obvious question. "Then we break contact. Move you beyond the lattice before it closes." Russ looked at him as though he had suggested drowning Fenris to put out a fire. "No. If you are the objective, then running tells him his plan works." Russ left the hololith and entered the great hall beyond, where thousands of warriors and Kaels had gathered beneath banners scorched by centuries of war. A skjald stood frozen beside a ceremonial drinking horn. Russ took it from him without asking, smelled the contents, and drank. The hall watched him empty it. He wiped his mouth with the back of one gauntlet and laughed loud enough to roll from the stone vaulting. 10,000 years and this is what you call Minjud? The tension broke. Wolves roared. Russ raised the horn. The Oathbreakers crossed the sea of stars to piss on our hearth. They poisoned our ice, murdered our thralls, and thought Blackstones would teach Fenris fear. Good. I have been too long without a proper hunt. The roar became thunder. Bjorn watched from the edge of the hall and recognized every gesture. Later, when they were alone, the dreadnought said, "You always did enjoy lying to an audience." Russ fastened Mjolnir to his armor. "Frightened sons fight badly. You are wounded. They do not need to know I care." The first counterstroke began. Before the enemy understood, Russ had reached the Fang. A Black Legion armored column was driving toward Asserheim under the protection of predators, land raiders, and corrupted siege tanks. Russ did not stand upon a vehicle waving his sword beneath artillery fire. He rode inside a land raider, with Wolfguard packed around him, while the machine spirit growled through incoming impacts. Outside, Lascannon beams crossed the blizzard. One loyalist predator lost its turret in a flash of white heat. A traitor land raider vanished beneath overlapping fire from concealed long fangs. Vindicators fired demolisher shells into an ice shelf above the enemy route, bringing thousands of tons of frozen rock down across the rear formations. Russ watched tactical runes instead of the firing slit. "Not yet," Logan's voice came across the Vox. "Their center is compressed. Closer." Another impact shook the transport. Warning icons flashed. "Now!" The assault ramp dropped. Bolter fire struck Russ before his boots touched the snow. Rounds detonated against armor Elavagar, throwing sparks and fragments from ancient plate. He ran into the barrage. Wolfguard and Grey Hunters spilled out behind him, using the Primarch's impossible violence as the fulcrum of their attack. Russ struck a Chaos Chosen hard enough with Mjolnir to remove both arms and open the torso from clavicle to pelvis. He killed the next with Hellwinter, the ancient weapon splitting helmet and skull in an eruption of blood and bone. A power fist glanced from his flank. Russ caught the legionary's elbow, broke the joint backward, and shoved the shattered limb into its owner's throat before kicking him beneath the tracks of an advancing land raider. The wolves hit both flanks. Grey Hunters fired controlled volleys into exposed rear armor. Wolfguard boarded a crippled predator and slaughtered its crew through the hatches. The Black Legion center folded, not because Russ killed every warrior before him, but because every gun turned toward the Primarch and gave the rest of the route room to murder. They found Brother Hrothgar beneath a wreck after the line broke. He was alive. That was the problem. His armor had been opened across the abdomen, and something black pulsed beneath the torn flesh. Wolf priests restrained him, while tendrils began growing around his ribs. Hrothgar saw Russ approach and stopped struggling. "My king." Russ crouched beside him. One wolf priest said, "The corruption may yet be excised." Russ sniffed once. His expression changed. "No." Hrothgar's breathing became ragged. "I can feel it, Lord." One eye had begun turning black. "Do not let it have my name." Russ drew Hellwinter. The wolf priest started, "Lord, we have rights." The weapon fell. Hrothgar died before the sentence finished, skull and helm broken beneath the blow. Several wolves recoiled. Russ rose with blood on his gauntlet. "Search every wounded warrior. Isolate anyone touched by the warp. Rank means nothing. Saga means nothing. If corruption has taken root, end it." Logan stared at him. "Some may be saved." Russ met his gaze. "Chaos receives nothing that belongs to me." No one argued again until they returned to the Fang. Russ entered the strategium still carrying dried blood across his armor and looked directly at Njal. "Where is my spear?" That produced a silence different from the others. Ragnar Blackmane answered first. "The spear of Russ has had a long road, Lord." Russ's eyes narrowed at the name. "Do not call it that." Ragnar almost smiled. "It has been stolen, recovered, lost again, born against Magnus, guarded and cursed by every generation forced to keep track of it." Russ's expression became something between irritation and old shame. He had hated that weapon when the Emperor gave it to him, not because its balance was poor or its edge weak, but because some weapons wounded the hand that held them. Njal said, "It lies beyond an easy road. The warp around Fenris is convulsing. Reaching Garm may be impossible." Russ looked toward the hololith, where Abaddon's black lines were tightening around his home. Impossible roads are the ones enemies leave unguarded. Ragnar understood before Logan did. "You intend to leave Fenris?" "For a little while." "Now?" Russ looked at the younger Wolf Lord, and something ancient and predatory returned to his face. "Prepare your pack, Blackmane. We go to Garm." Russ did not leave for Garm when he said he would. For 3 hours he stood in the strategium of the Fang and dismantled the war Logan Grimnar had been fighting, not because the Great Wolf had fought it poorly, but because Abaddon had designed the conflict to reward every instinct the sons of Fenris possessed. The hololith showed fronts, fortresses, landing zones, fleet routes, and contaminated regions spreading across the system in angry colors. Russ stared at them until the map ceased to resemble worlds and became what he had always understood war to be, a collection of hungers. Threxos wanted the void. Skyrack wanted bodies gathered close enough for disease to travel between them. Korda wanted living flesh. The sorcerers wanted death itself. Abaddon wanted Russ. Once those appetites were visible, the campaign became simpler. "Stop holding ground because our fathers pissed on it," Russ said, moving several defensive runes away from settlements the wolves had been preparing to defend. A wolf lord stiffened. Logan did not. Russ continued, "Stone is not honor. Ice is not honor. A dead pack defending something the enemy wanted us to defend is not honor either. Logan keeps the hearth. I hunt the hands reaching for it." He looked toward the Great Wolf. "Your chapter remains yours, Jarl." Logan's eyes narrowed. "And you?" Russ bared his teeth. "I am the knife." The defense of Fenris changed before the archenemy understood that it had changed. Fixed positions remained manned only where their guns controlled approaches too valuable to abandon. Elsewhere, Grey Hunters withdrew under darkness, leaving ammunition bunkers packed with demolition charges and fuel cells rigged to explode when Chaos troops entered. Bloodclaws received orders to show themselves, exchange fire, then retreat before the enemy could fix them in place, a command that caused more fury among the young wolves than the enemy bombardment had managed. Long fangs shifted from obvious ridgelines into buried positions prepared by Kael engineers. False Vox traffic multiplied across Imperial channels. Phantom companies requested ammunition from depots already destroyed. Imaginary armor columns reported movement toward valleys where nothing waited except mines and pre-sighted artillery. Captured traitor transmitters began broadcasting contradictory orders in the voices of dead commanders. Russ divided the war into hunts and named each by its prey rather than its territory. Skyrack's infection routes became the carrion hunt. Threxos's orbital supply web became the star hunt. The Blackstone anchors formed the dark hunt. "They think berserkers live here," Russ told Logan. "Let them keep thinking it. A hunter who believes the wolf is stupid deserves what reaches his throat." His next order provoked less amusement. Every population concentration near Skyrack's contaminated zones was to be broken apart. Kael regiments, Manufactorum serfs, bond thralls, refugees, and the scattered populations of the assaulted moons were to be moved into smaller hardened shelters or lifted from threatened regions entirely. Millions would have to be displaced, while Chaos guns controlled portions of the void, and there were nowhere near enough transports. Russ knew it before the quartermasters finished objecting. Prioritize children, artificers, medici personnel, armor crews, and anyone maintaining water or air systems. Soldiers move themselves. Those who cannot be lifted go beneath stone. Anything confirmed contaminated is marked for burning. Ulrich the Slayer had listened without interruption until then. The wolf priest's ancient face hardened. "There are settlements inside those regions." "I know. Some will still contain the living." "I know." Ulrich stepped closer. "You would cleanse them from the air?" Russ turned his gaze upon him. For a lesser warrior, it might have been enough to end the challenge. Ulrich had buried too many great wolves to fear an expression. "If there is time to extract them, Russ said. "If there is not, burn the ground." Ulrich's jaw tightened. "That is your mercy?" "Mercy measured one village at a time becomes murder measured in worlds. I will not save 10,000 today, so that Skyrack may use them to kill 10 million tomorrow." He leaned over the hololith and touched the growing stain of plague. "This age punishes hesitation more faithfully than any god." Frostheim became the first place where Abaddon's commanders learned that the new war had begun. Bloodclaws appeared along the rim of a narrow glacial valley, fired into an advancing formation of Cornate mortal auxiliaries, and then withdrew after barely a minute. They did it badly on purpose. One pack left ammunition crates behind. Another abandoned a damaged rhino where the enemy could see it. The pursuing cult troops roared triumph, crimson banners rising above a mass of infantry, mutants and armored vehicles. Berserker champions embedded among them urged the advance faster. Chain axes lifted toward the retreating wolves. The valley narrowed. The enemy followed. A demon engine shaped like a six-legged brass predator reached the point Russ had marked upon the map hours earlier. A long-fang Lascannon fired from a cave mouth high above the glacier. The beam struck the demon engine through the flank and burned out through the opposite side in a burst of molten brass and screaming warp matter. Crack missiles followed from 3 hidden elevations. One punched through the frontal armor of a traitor tank and detonated inside its crew compartment, blowing the turret free and spraying burning men through the open wound. The valley walls erupted. Demolition charges buried beneath tons of ice fired together, collapsing the glacier behind the column and sealing the retreat with a mountain of shattered blue-white stone. Then the artillery began. Vindicators fired from concealed revetments, demolisher shells landing among packed infantry formations where there was no room to scatter. Entire knots of cultists vanished beneath eruptions of pulverized ice, blood, clothing, and bone. Heavy bolters walked fire along the trapped ranks, mass reactive rounds entering men and detonating inside torsos until the ground became a slick of meat and churned snow. The Cornate. Officers understood the trap and ordered their troops forward, which was precisely what Russ expected. The Bloodclaws reappeared at the head of the valley. This time, they did not retreat. Thunderwolf cavalry struck the enemy flank seconds later, enormous Fenrisian beasts crashing into mortals with enough force to break bodies beneath armored paws. Jaws closed around a traitor officer's waist and crushed through flak armor, spine and abdominal wall before the beast shook him apart. Wolfen came behind them. They hit the trapped infantry without formation and did not need one. Claws ripped faces from skulls. Chain blades caught men beneath the ribs and opened them to the sternum. One cult champion raised an axe and disappeared beneath 3 Wolfen, who tore his arms from their sockets before fighting over what remained of his body. Blood steamed upon the ice. Men slipped upon loops of exposed intestine while trying to flee. The rout had not forgotten how to be savage. It had merely remembered to choose when savagery was useful. Russ was nowhere near the slaughter. He had smelled the enemy command before Wolf Scouts confirmed its location, a fortified bunker carved beneath a basalt ridge beyond the valley. While thousands died inside the trap, he moved through volcanic gullies with a small Wolf Guard pack and no banners. Scout reports had identified 3 Black Legion command cadres entering the bunker before the offensive. Russ wanted one of them alive. The outer gun pits died first. Scornspitter barked in his hands, the ancient bolter's shells punching through gun shields and detonating inside the men crouched behind them. One weapon crew became a red smear across the rear wall. Another gunner tried to traverse a heavy stubber toward Russ and lost his head before the barrels completed their turn. Mjolnir opened the first blast door. Russ did not hack at it blindly. He struck the locking mechanism where the scouts had marked it, drove the Bale Knight blade through adamantium, and ripped sideways until the door sagged from its frame. Wolfguard storm bolters filled the corridor beyond. Black Legionnaires answered from prepared positions. The exchange lasted seconds and left the passage carpeted with severed limbs, black ceramite, and shattered masonry. Russ killed selectively once inside. That frightened the survivors more than frenzy would have. A traitor legionary charged him with a power maul. Russ stepped aside, broke the warrior's knee with one kick, and allowed the wolf guard behind him to finish the kill. Another raised a bolt gun and lost both hands to one stroke of Mjolnir. Russ left him alive. The command sanctum yielded 7 Black Legion officers. 4 resisted and died. One detonated a grenade against his own chest to deny capture. Another attempted to bite through his tongue until a wolf guard broke his jaw. The last wore blackened plate marked with the Eye of Horus and carried tactical sigils identifying him as an officer attached to Threxus's ground liaison cadre. Russ looked at him for several moments, then said, "This one." The legionary laughed through blood. "I wondered whether the tales lied about your size." Russ handed Mjolnir to a wolf guard. "And I wondered whether Ezekiel had finally learned to recruit men who knew when to stop talking." They removed the prisoner's armor in the bunker while the battle continued outside. The task took tools. Astarte's plate was not clothing, but a second body locked around flesh through seals, fiber bundles, neural connections, and reinforced couplings. Iron priests cut away damaged sections, while Wolfguard held the prisoner against the floor. Russ watched without impatience. Beneath the warplate, the legionary was enormous, scarred and pale, his black carapace visible beneath skin, marked by old surgery and newer corruption. "There is a thing your people call the King's Collar," Russ said. The traitor grinned. "Is there?" Russ took his left hand and closed his fingers. Bones broke one after another with soft, wet cracks. The legionary snarled but did not scream. "Where? You crossed hell itself to come home. Now you fear a necklace?" Russ broke the other hand. The prisoner's amusement became breathing through clenched teeth. "I have questioned men better trained than you," Russ said. "I know which bones carry pain. I know which organs and Astartes can lose and still speak. I know how long your secondary heart can keep. You conscious after the first is ruined. I can take one eye without touching the nerve behind it. I can peel the fused ribs away from your lungs and keep you alive while I do it." He placed one hand over the legionary's knee. "Or you can answer." The prisoner spat blood across Russ's armor. Russ crushed the knee. The joint collapsed inward, patella splintering beneath transhuman muscle, while ligaments tore with an audible snap. The legionary screamed then, rage and pain overwhelming discipline for the span of one breath. Russ released him immediately. There was no pleasure in his face. "The collar." The answer came through gasping laughter. "Blackstone, Mechanicus engines taken during the Cadian Wars. Witchwork layered over both. When the last anchor wakes, the immaterium closes around you. No road out, no translation, no escape into whatever hole kept you alive." Russ listened. "How long? Long enough? For what?" The traitor's smile returned. "For the Ravager to bring every killer the Warmaster chose for the work." Russ considered that, then asked names, locations, deployment timings, and the expected sequence of the anchor activation. The legionary resisted twice more. Russ touched the ruined knee, and resistance ended. When no more useful information remained, the prisoner looked up at him. "You said you could keep me alive." "I can." "Then do it." Russ retrieved Mjolnir. "I did not say I would." The blade fell once. Logan received the report without satisfaction. "They mean to hold you." Russ cleaned blood from Mjolnir with a strip cut from the dead officer's cloak. "For minutes, perhaps." "Long enough to kill you?" "That is what they hope." Bjorn stood beside the strategium table, silent, while Russ moved icons representing the chosen. "They do not think any one of them can take me," Russ continued. "Good. It means they are not complete fools. They will hunt as we hunt sea drakes, bleed the beast, exhaust it, drive it where the spears are waiting, bind it, then close from every side." Ragnar Blackmane asked, "And knowing that makes you less eager to go to Garm?" Russ glanced at him. "No, it makes me curious which part they think I have not noticed." Threxus Hellbreed noticed the change in the campaign before most of his captains did. Ground advances began reaching empty fortifications that exploded after occupation. Supply convoys followed false beacons into artillery zones. Assault formations lost contact with command precisely when they became committed. The Lord Ravager did not answer with rage. He changed targets. Within hours, Black Legion attack craft ceased wasting sorties against the Fang's hardest defenses and struck fuel tenders, repair docks, ammunition barges, and troop lifters instead. A Prometheum carrier died in orbit above Svelgard, its tanks igniting into a fireball that swallowed 2 escort vessels. Another raiding group crippled a munitions hauler carrying specialized bolt rounds, plasma cells, and crack warheads destined for the rout. Threxos ordered boarding parties to seize repair ships intact wherever possible. Dead defenders were irrelevant. Functioning machinery was not. The Wolf King wants maneuver, he told his captains, then starve the engines that give it to him. The effect reached the ground by the next cycle. Long Fangs received restrictions on crack missile expenditure. Several Grey Hunter packs redistributed special ammunition from dead brothers. Iron Priests stripped a wrecked Predator down to its engine blocks, weapon couplings, and targeting assemblies, while the dead crew still sat burned inside the hull. A Thunderhawk returned from Frostheim with half one wing missing and was flying again before the blood had been washed from the troop bay. Land Raider tracks were rebuilt from salvaged segments. Servitors crawled beneath tanks during bombardments, carrying replacement armor plate. The rout had warriors who could kill for days. It did not possess infinite Prometheum. Its bolters did not create shells from honor. Even the sons of a Primarch could be reduced to swinging empty weapons if the supply lines behind them died. Jorund Harriksson learned that truth while trying to make an army out of survivors. He had been recovered from the wreckage of Wolf's Lair with broken ribs, burns along one side of his face, and a hatred of void travel that he expected to carry into death. Now he commanded remnants from 7 Kael formations because every officer senior to him was dead, missing or fighting somewhere else. His soldiers arrived with mismatched armor and weapons from units that no longer existed. One regiment claimed Russ had killed 100 Black Legionnaires before breakfast. Another swore the Primarch had torn the throat from a demon with his teeth and spat the head at a tank. A wounded loader insisted he had seen Russ walk through Lascannon fire. Jorund believed none of it. What he believed was the change in men when they heard the stories. He watched exhausted Kaels who had been discussing retreat straighten when a Vox operator announced that the Wolf King had broken a traitor column on Frostheim. He watched men reload weapons they had thought empty by scavenging magazines from corpses. He watched a squad refuse evacuation because someone said Russ was fighting 3 valleys away. Jorund understood then that whether the stories were true barely mattered. The Primarch was a weapon even when absent. Myth had entered the order of battle. Far from Fenris, Abaddon received the same reports and smiled. Mordric Val expected anger. Hellbreed has lost 2 command cadres. The ground pattern is degrading. Russ has begun dismantling the assault by function rather than territory. Yes, Abaddon said, he has. The Lord Deceiver waited. Abaddon looked at the tactical projection, where Imperial movements had become less predictable with every passing hour. You thought that would displease me? Loss weakens the Noose. Loss answers questions. Abaddon enlarged the record of Russ's movements. A warp apparition could kill. A demon wearing his face could rage. This is Leman Russ. He reorganizes while others celebrate. He sacrifices ground without sentiment. He sees command structures beneath spectacle. The Warmaster's expression hardened with something approaching satisfaction. Good. I did not spend this much blood to catch a ghost. Val's hood shifted. Then I will continue searching his future. No. The sorcerer paused. Abaddon turned toward him. Stop looking at Russ. Warmaster? Primarch's ruin prophecy. Too much gravity. Too many possibilities fold around them. The talon of Horus opened slowly. Do not predict the wolf. Predict what the wolf refuses to abandon. Fenris, his sons, his relics, his memories. Find the things he must protect, and he will tell us where he is himself." By then, Russ was already aboard the strike vessel that would carry him toward Garm. Ragnar stood with a chosen Wolfguard pack inside the launch bay, while Njal Stormcaller watched loading crews secure ammunition, spare plate, teleport homers, and enough promethium for a journey no navigator wished to attempt. Logan confronted Russ beside the waiting embarkation ramp. "You are leaving Fenris at the height of the invasion." "Aye. Every enemy ship in the system exists because Abaddon wants you here." "Aye. And that makes departure wise?" Russ looked back toward the distant stone of the Fang. "Abaddon built an entire war to tell me where to stand. Sensible men stay where the fortress is strongest. Sensible commanders protect the obvious objective. Sensible prey runs when the trap closes." He faced Logan again. "So I will be unreasonable." Logan's expression remained grim. "If you die on the road to Garm, the saga will be particularly stupid." Russ grinned. "Then make certain the Skjalds lie about it." The strike vessel broke orbit beneath covering fire and drove for the edge of the system, engines burning hard enough to shake the deck beneath Russ's boots. Behind them, Fenris dwindled into a storm-wrapped sphere surrounded by the fires of war. Ahead, the warp opened. Geller fields rose with a vibration felt through bone. Njal closed his eyes as reality folded around the ship. For an instant, he smelled blood, cold iron, and a forest beneath a sky that had never existed. Then Fenris vanished behind a wall of unreality. Njal's eyes snapped open. Ragnar saw it immediately. "What?" The rune priest turned toward the aft bulkhead, as though he could see through kilometers of armor and the madness beyond it. "We are not alone." Russ's smile disappeared. Somewhere behind them in the warp, another vessel had entered their wake. The scratching began inside a wall no man could open. Ragnar. Blackmane heard it while standing beneath the red lumen glow of the strike vessel's embarkation deck, a slow dragging of claws across metal from somewhere beyond the armor plating, too deliberate to be the contraction of cooling machinery, and too close to belong outside the hull. The ship had been within the warp for less than an hour by the chronometers, though every clock aboard disagreed with every other, and already the Geller field was trembling beneath the pressure exerted by the Noctilith Noose. The vibration came through the soles of Ragnar's boots and into his bones. Crewmen moved more quickly than discipline required, avoiding reflective surfaces and refusing to look at sealed hatches when voices came from behind them. One deckhand swore he smelled pine forests after opening an ammunition locker. Another tore apart an air duct because his dead brother had been whispering his childhood name through the grill. A Wolfguard veteran named Hakon stood beside Ragnar when the vents above them began speaking in the voice of a warrior killed on Frostheim. "Hakon," the dead voice whispered. "Brother, you left me beneath the ice." Hakon lifted his stormbolter toward the grill. Ragnar caught the weapon before he fired. "It is not him." Hakon's breathing rasped inside his helm. "I know." The whisper came again. "Then why does it know what he called me?" Neither of them answered. Across the chamber, Leman Russ sat upon an ammunition crate, sharpening Mjolnir with a stone that could not possibly improve the weapon's edge. He had listened to the scratching for several minutes without looking up. "Do not answer anything that knows your name," he said. "If it knows a secret?" Hakon asked. Russ dragged the stone along the blade. "Especially then." Ragnar had expected the returned Wolf King to treat the warp with anger. Instead, Russ treated it with familiarity, and that frightened him more. When shadows moved against the direction of the lumens, Russ ignored them. When a crewman screamed that faces were pushing through the ceiling, Russ glanced upward once, judged the field stable, and continued checking his weapons. When frost formed around a sealed hatch and traced runes no rune priest had carved, he recognized one of them and spat upon it. Njal Stormcaller watched the Primarch more closely than he watched the runes. "You have seen these signs before?" Russ looked at him. "Many times." "Where?" Places I have no intention of taking you." The scratching intensified. Several mortal ratings crossed themselves with the sign of the Aquila. Russ stood at last, towering over them in battered armor Elavagar. "Listen to me. The warp lies because lies are easy. It wears the dead because grief opens doors. It offers old voices because men will follow memory farther than reason. If you hear your father, ignore him. If you hear your brother, ignore him. If you hear the All-Father himself telling you to open a hatch, tell him he can damned well open it himself." Ragnar almost laughed. No one else did. Russ looked at the frightened crew, and something old passed through his eyes. Not sympathy exactly, but recognition. Ragnar understood then that whatever road the Primarch had traveled during his absence, he had learned these rules by failing to obey them. The enemy found them before the first watch ended. No challenge preceded the attack. The vessel's augurs were almost useless in the Empyrean, but the machine spirit screamed a warning through every command deck when an object accelerated toward them through impossible currents. Then the first boarding torpedo struck. The impact threw Ragnar against the bulkhead. Somewhere aft, metal shrieked as the torpedo's adamantine beak punched through armor and buried itself across 3 compartments. Alarm klaxons began howling. The second impact came moments later, followed by a third. "Black Legion," Njal said, although no identification rune had appeared. Ragnar drew his frostblade. "How can you know?" "Because whatever came aboard hates us." Russ remained where he stood. "Then stop talking and make it regret the journey." Wolfguard reached the first breach as the torpedo doors blew outward. Black Legion Terminators came through under covering fire, their combi bolters hammering the corridor with mass reactive shells. The passage became an execution chamber. A Wolfguard took 3 rounds across the breastplate. One detonated against ceramite, the second punched through the weakened plate, and the third exploded inside his chest, throwing fragments of his fused ribcage across the warrior behind him. Storm bolters answered. A traitor Terminator staggered beneath the impacts, while his armor shed black shards, then disappeared inside the flash of a plasma discharge fired from behind the wolves. He collapsed as molten armor fused with the flesh beneath it. The Black Legion pressed forward over him. Power fists met storm shields. A Wolfguard drove his fist through a traitor's abdomen and crushed the warrior against the wall until armor buckled and blood jetted from the gorget. Another Chaos Terminator brought a chain fist down through a sealed hatch and the Kyle standing behind it. Adamantine teeth-carved door, flak armor, sternum and pelvis into the same spray of sparks and pulp tissue. The dead man's upper body remained wedged in the breach until the Terminator stepped through and crushed what was left beneath one iron boot. The fighting spread deck by deck. Black Legion sorcerers had calculated their assault well, striking engineering access, the navigator approaches, and the route toward the strategium at the same time. Boarding within real space was dangerous enough. Boarding while both vessels existed inside the warp transformed every ruptured compartment into the edge of damnation. One chain fist opened the outer hull before emergency shutters could engage. Air, smoke, ammunition crates and bodies vanished toward the wound. A Black Legionnaire and 2 Kaels were dragged from their feet, tumbling together into the screaming unreality beyond. The traitor's armor vanished first. Something enormous moved behind him in colors without names. Emergency fields snapped across the breach and severed a crewman at the shoulders as he passed through, leaving his legs inside the corridor while the rest disappeared into the warp. Ragnar fought through the blood slick with Wolfguard at his side, his frostblade biting into black ceramite while bolter detonations hammered his armor. The enemy was not trying to seize the ship. Their direction was too exact. "They know where we are going," he voxed. "Aye," Injal answered from the command deck. "And they know why." Russ entered the fighting only when the strategium doors broke inward. The first Chaos Terminator through carried a chain fist large enough to cut the flank from a land raider. It swung for Russ's neck. He moved one step inside the blow and caught the traitor's wrist in both hands. The chain fist screamed inches from his face. Russ twisted. The elbow joint broke inside the Terminator plate with a wet crack amplified through the armor. The traitor roared. Russ forced the ruined arm backward, caught the second Black Legionnaire advancing behind him, and drove the spinning chain fist into his breastplate. The teeth chewed through ceramite, black carapace, and fused ribs before erupting from the warrior's back in a fountain of shredded organs. Russ released the first traitor and killed him with Mjolnir across the throat. A third warrior struck while the Primarch was turning. A power blade slid through a scar already cut in armor Elavagar and opened Russ beneath the ribs. Blood spilled hot and bright across the deck. Ragnar saw it and felt a moment of animal terror. The Wolf King could bleed. Russ looked down at the wound, then at the warrior who had made it. "Good," he said. The Terminator raised his blade again. Russ seized him by the helm and drove his head into a command console. Once, the screen shattered. Twice, metal buckled. A third impact collapsed the faceplate. Russ continued until the helm became an unrecognizable mass of blood, bone, and sparking circuitry crushed into the ruined console. The surviving boarders withdrew only when Jal felt their vessel alter course. The Black Legion hunter had not intended to win the boarding action. It had intended to delay them, damage them, and remain close enough to follow. Garm appeared through the navigator's tortured sight soon after, but arrival did not resemble deliverance. The translation tore open along the edge of a storm front. The strike vessel emerged into real space bleeding atmosphere from multiple wounds and trailing frozen corpses from ruptured compartments. Garm turned beneath them, iron grey and white, its sacred wastes marked by fires visible from orbit. Ragnar stared at. "The augur returns. They arrived before us." Russ said nothing. The shrine lay among black mountains carved by glaciers into shapes resembling the teeth of buried beasts. Chaos forces had come lightly, but with purpose. Landing craft had scarred the snow. Ancient standing stones were overturned. Several rune pillars had been split by melter charges, their fragments strewn across the valley. Bodies lay around the outer sanctum, guardians and Kaels butchered where they had made their stand. Russ walked among them slowly. Ragnar had seen him look upon cities burning and brothers mutating with less visible anger. Here the Primarch stopped beside a fallen stone, half buried in red snow. He brushed soot from the carving upon it. "Styrbjorn," he said. Ragnar looked at the rune. "You knew him?" "He drank badly and sang worse. Killed 3 men in one winter, because all 3 insulted the same horse." Russ moved to another marker. "Egil. Broke his shield at Dulan. Lied about how it happened until the day he died." More names followed. Men reduced to myth for the modern chapter existed in Russ's memory as irritating companions, rivals, and sons. Ragnar understood the difference then. Fenris burned, and Russ saw a world. Here the enemy had touched memory with dirty hands. They descended beneath the ruined shrine. Niall led them through passages whose walls predated much of the Imperium's surviving record. No great choir waited below. No golden light announced revelation. At the end of the deepest chamber stood a weapon fixed upright within a block of dark stone. The spear was long even beside an Astartes, its blade fashioned with an elegance unlike Fenrisian workmanship, its haft marked by age without showing decay. Ragnar had seen it depicted upon reliquaries. The reality made his skin crawl. "Gungnir," he whispered. Niall glanced at him. "The Dionysian spear, the spear of Russ, though you have heard how well he loves that name." Russ stood at the entrance and did not approach. Ragnar had seen him charge a Mauler fiend without hesitation. The pause was therefore more revealing than fear on another man's face. "Why did you hate it?" Ragnar asked. Russ looked at the spear. "Because it tells the truth." Niall rested both hands upon his staff. "Not in words, No, words would have been kinder. Russ crossed the chamber. For the first time since Ragnar had met him, the Primarch moved like a man approaching something that might wound him. His hand closed around the haft. The world disappeared. Horus stood before him with blood pouring down his armor, Gungnir buried deep within his body. The Warmaster's face changed into the face Russ had known before treachery, then into the thing he had become. The Emperor sat upon the golden throne and opened eyes filled with such exhaustion that Russ wished he had cursed him instead. Bjorn waited inside darkness, while generations passed around his sarcophagus. Every century, another layer of dust upon an order he had obeyed too faithfully. Fenris cracked beneath a red sky. Abaddon stood beneath a black sun, the talon of Horus slick with blood that might have been Russ's, or might have belonged to someone not yet born. Behind him, something larger than any man moved within the darkness of the great rift. Russ tried to release the spear. His hand would not open. The vision changed again. He saw himself kneeling. He saw himself laughing over the corpse of a brother. He saw terror burning. He saw nothing at all. Then he was back in the chamber, breathing hard. Blood ran from his nose. Ragnar had never seen the Wolf King look so tired. "What did you see?" Njal asked. Russ stared at Gungnir in his hand. "Possibilities. Truth? Truth is rarely generous enough to show only one face." Ragnar studied him. "You feared this weapon." Russ gave a low laugh. "When I was young, I feared anything that could show me the fool beneath the king. Better to laugh louder, drink deeper, make my brothers think the savage had no doubts." He rotated the spear in one hand, testing its balance after 10 millennia apart. "I am too old for that now." Ragnar almost objected that a Primarch could not be old. Then he looked at Russ's eyes and kept silent. The enemy attacked before they could return to the surface. Sorcerous light burst through the outer galleries. Possessed and Terminators descended behind constructs made from armor, bone, and warp. Fire! Ragnar formed the Wolf Guard across the narrowest approach, while Njal raised his staff. Lightning crawled across the ceiling. "Hold here," Ragnar ordered. Storm bolters opened. The first possessed came through the barrage, with half its face gone and an arm dangling from exposed tendons. A Wolf Guard met it with a power fist and shattered its chest, but the creature locked claws around his helm as it died and tore the head free with enough spine attached to strike the floor like a bloody tail. Ragnar severed both wrists before driving his frost blade beneath the creature's jaw. Behind him, Njal spoke words in the tongue of Fenris, and the air became winter. Psychic lightning struck a Black Legion sorcerer, turning the runes across his armor white-hot before he vanished in a burst of ash. Russ entered the press, carrying Gungnir. A possessed champion met him, its armor swollen around a body too large to remain human. Russ drove the spear through its breastplate. For one impossible heartbeat, Ragnar saw two creatures occupying the same flesh. One was an Astartes, ancient, mutilated, face twisted by centuries of hatred. The other was a thing of hooks and mouths wrapped around his soul like a parasite. Both turned toward Russ in separate horror. Then the image snapped together. Black fire poured from the wound. The demons screamed in a voice that came from every wall, while the host convulsed around the spear. Russ ripped Gungnir free, and the possessed collapsed, its body shrinking as though something had been violently dragged out through an opening too small to contain it. Russ stared at the weapon. "Interesting," Njal shouted over the battle. "Do not mistake revelation for obedience. It will not perform the same truth twice." "I know," Russ answered, and used the haft to break another traitor's jaw. The sorcerer commanding the attack revealed himself through illusion rather than steel. The chamber became gold. The ruined shrine vanished. Russ stood suddenly before the Emperor, luminous and terrible, his gaze heavy with judgment. "Executioner," the false Emperor said, "you failed me." Ragnar felt his knees weaken despite knowing it was sorcery. Russ did not. Prospero, Horus, your brother left crippled by your hesitation, your sons abandoned, your father dying while you hunted shadows. Each accusation struck with the precision of a blade. Gungnir trembled in Russ's hand. The sorcerer expected denial. Instead, Russ walked forward. "Aye," he said. The Emperor's image faltered. "You admit it? I have had 10,000 years to accuse myself. You are late." The illusion raised one radiant hand. Russ hurled nothing, invoked nothing, sought no absolution. He simply walked through the false image until he reached the Black Legion sorcerer standing behind it. The traitor's eyes widened. Russ seized him by the throat. "If you would wound a man with guilt," he said, "find a wound he has not already opened himself." He crushed the sorcerer's neck and threw the corpse aside. The Black Legion hunter died in orbit while the shrine still burned. The wolves' damaged strike vessel fired at near point-blank range as the enemy ship attempted to recover its surviving boarding force. Lance fire collapsed the hunter's remaining shield. Torpedoes entered the engine decks. The vessel broke across its spine, spilling burning compartments into space. Victory brought no safe road home. Their navigator was barely conscious. The original warp route had collapsed behind tides distorted by the Noose. Njal spent an hour staring into charts that changed while he watched them. At last he said, "There is a current, unstable. It may return us near Fenris." Ragnar asked, "May? Or open somewhere the stars have never had names?" Russ stood beside the command throne with Gungnir across his knees. "Take it." Translation became agony. The Geller field failed twice and recovered twice. On the third collapse, something entered the lower decks before reality returned. The crew sealed those compartments and never opened them again. Men screamed behind the bulkheads for an hour, first in their own voices and then in voices belonging to children. One section of the ship emerged from the warp, fused into another. Deck plates passed through bodies and hardened inside them. More than 100 crewmen died embedded in walls, their limbs protruding from metal while blood ran from seams no engineer could explain. The port engine housing returned, twisted at an angle that should have broken the vessel apart. Somehow the machine spirit endured. Ragnar walked the corridors after translation and saw Kales cutting dead brothers free from bulkheads with plasma torches. Russ passed among them without pretending the price was acceptable. He simply memorized faces. Fenris was worse. The tactical hololith filled with losses before the strike vessel had completed identification rites. Threxos Hellbreed controlled much of the outer void. Ammunition routes had been severed. Skyrack's contamination had breached deeper shelters and forced whole population zones into isolation. Corda's sacrifice engines were operating faster, their psychic signature staining regions of the system that Njal could feel without closing his eyes. Yet none of that held Russ's attention for long. He stood before the display of the Noctilith Noose and watched its geometry rotate. "It changed," Ragnar said. Russ nodded. Njal's face darkened. "While we were away?" "No." Russ placed Gungnir against one of the projected lines and traced the new alignment. "It changed because we came back." Ragnar stared at him. "They wanted the spear. They wanted me to fetch it." Russ looked toward the distant image of Abaddon's fleet dispositions, and then he began to laugh. It was not the laughter he had given the Hall in the Fang. There was no performance in it. This was the sound of one hunter discovering that another had laid a particularly clever trap. Njal did not share his amusement. "If the spear is part of the working, we have carried the final piece into their hands." "Perhaps. And you find this amusing?" Russ lifted Gungnir from the hololith. "Ezekiel remembered me." Ragnar waited. The Primarch's smile showed teeth. "He knew I would never leave an old weapon buried once I learned he feared it. He has spent 10,000 years becoming less stupid."
Don't forget to like, comment, and subscribe. Support really helps.
Russ turned toward the fleet officers. Signal Gungnir. Every vessel that can still move is to arm for void war. Fuel the assault craft. Wake the teleportariums. Load every torpedo we have left. Ragnar looked at the burning system displayed before them. Which prey? Russ rested Gungnir against one shoulder. Hellbreed. His eyes settled upon the rune marking the Lord Ravager's flagship. The Ravager is first. The Black Legion had built a fortress out of ships. Threxos Hellbreed had drawn his surviving battleships, grand cruisers and escorts into concentric screens around the largest of the Blackstone anchor vessels, each formation overlapping the next, with fields of fire, fighter patrols, and torpedo corridors, until the auger display above Fenris resembled a nest of iron thorns. The anchor ship itself barely moved. It hung at the heart of the formation, vast and ugly, its flanks studded with noctilith spars that swallowed sensor returns rather than reflecting them. Every attempt to read its interior produced static, ghost signatures, and impossible distances. Logan Gungnir studied the formation aboard the command deck of the Fist of Russ, while fleet officers murmured firing solutions around him. "A frontal attack will bleed us empty before we reach the center," one said. Russ stood beside the hololith, with Gungnir resting against his shoulder. "Then we will not give him one." Logan glanced toward him. "Hellbreed expects deception." "Of course he does. He would not have survived this long otherwise." Russ touched 3 Fenrisian strike cruiser icons and dragged them apart across the projection. "Scatter the line. Make it ugly. Let him believe we have lost command cohesion. Send the lighter vessels forward in pairs. They fire, turn, brake, and run. He will know it is bait." Ragnar Blackmane frowned. "Then why take it?" Russ grinned. "Because a hunter can recognize bait and still be forced to move around it." The Fenrisian fleet broke formation, as though fear had entered its blood. Strike cruisers accelerated in different directions. Frigates and destroyers surged forward in ragged groups, loosed torpedoes at extreme range, and rolled away beneath answering fire. Imperial Navy remnants attached to the defense joined them, old cruisers with scarred hulls and crews who knew exactly what their orders meant. Some of those vessels would not return. One light cruiser drove straight toward the Black Legion screen, with its prow shields at maximum and its weapon decks firing until the void around it glowed. Threxos watched the maneuver from the command deck of the Oath of Ruin and did not mistake it for panic. "The wolf is moving the flock," he said. His bridge officers waited. "Screen squadrons 3 through 6 pursue the eastern break. Carriers hold position. Do not chase beyond weapons range." A captain answered through the vox. "It is a feint." "Yes." "Then why move?" Threxos looked at the tactical rune representing the Imperial cruiser still coming toward him. "Because if we do not, that feint becomes a torpedo salvo against the anchor. Knowing where the knife is does not remove it from your throat." The void war became arithmetic measured in dead cities. Auger crews screamed, bearing corrections, while lance batteries charged. Macro cannon decks shook hard enough to fracture men's teeth inside their mouths. Shells larger than hab dwellings accelerated down magnetic rails and crossed thousands of kilometers before striking shields in expanding spheres of blue-white violence. Torpedo spreads moved beneath fighter screens, each warhead carrying enough destructive force to gut a capital ship if it found armor instead of void shielding. Fenrisian interceptors met Black Legion attack craft in swarms, weapons fire strobing between them until individual pilots ceased to matter and entire formations vanished from tactical displays at once. A loyalist cruiser named the Hearthguard lost its forward void shields under overlapping lance strikes. The third beam entered behind the bridge and burned through the vessel's spine. For several seconds, the cruiser remained whole. Then, internal stresses tore it into 2 burning halves. The aft section continued firing. Gun crews who could no longer communicate with command kept loading macro shells, while atmosphere vented past them, men bracing themselves against deck plates with chains and mag clamps. They fired 3 more broadsides before the reactor died, and the severed stern became a drifting tomb. A Black Legion carrier suffered its own death more slowly. Fenrisian torpedoes struck its dorsal launch bays and ruptured gravity control across several decks. The vessel rolled. Inside, flight crews, ammunition drums, severed limbs and burning fuel lines lifted from the floor together. Men fought in weightlessness, while blood formed drifting red spheres around them. A wounded cult armsman fired an autogun while spinning helplessly through a launch chamber, bullets ricocheting from bulkheads until a return shot burst his skull and turned his head into a cloud of bone fragments and blood globules floating among chains of ammunition. Boarding alarms continued sounding even after the command decks lost power. The carrier's machine spirit died deck by deck, while attack craft still launched from bays that had not yet learned the ship was doomed. Threxos saw the Fenrisian formation opening and understood most of Russ's design. The sacrifice attacks had pulled his screening vessels wider. His carriers were forced to shift position to preserve fighter cover. The anchor remained protected, but the distances between ships had increased. "Close the inner ring," Threxos ordered. "They want translation room." A mortal officer looked up sharply. "Teleport assault?" "Obviously." "Then raise interdiction fields around the flagship." Threxos smiled. "No, let him come." The officer stared. Threxos turned his gaze toward the icon representing Russ's vessel. "He has spent 10,000 years remembering how to kill. I would see whether he remembers how to board." Russ waited until the Oath of Ruin lost 1 void shield layer. Not all. 1. That distinction mattered. Teleportation through active void shielding was a form of suicide even Astartes considered extravagant. Exact insertion onto a command bridge during a fleet engagement was little better. Russ rejected every request to aim directly for Threxos. "We arrive where the ship is large enough to forgive error," he told Arjak Rockfist. "Armories and engineering. We climb from there." Arjak's thunderhammer rested across one shoulder. "And if we materialize inside a wall? Then I will complain to the rune priests afterward." Ragnar snorted. Njal did not. Teleport runes activated beneath the wolf guard. Reality became white fire. They arrived inside an armory 3 decks above the intended coordinates. One wolf guard arrived kneeling within a rack of chain blades that had become fused through his left shoulder guard. Another materialized half a stride above the floor and crashed downward hard enough to buckle the decking. Russ appeared upright with Gungnir in one hand and Mjolnir in the other. Alarm klaxons began immediately. Black Legion armorers reached for weapons. Russ killed the first 2 before their hands touched grips. "Up," he ordered. "Arjak goes down. We go toward the head." Arjak struck one gauntlet against his chest plate and led his Terminators toward engineering. Russ took the opposite corridor. The first Black Legion Terminators met them beneath vaulted ceilings, decorated with chains, dead banners, and the flayed remains of prisoners nailed into alcoves. There was no room for maneuver. Storm shields hit power axes with impacts that fractured stone beneath both warriors. Combi melters fired at distances measured in strides and turned ceramite into liquid white fire. A wolf guard called Ulfgar took a melter burst through the hip and vanished below the waist. He fell backward against a doorway, somehow remained conscious, locked his armor joints, and kept firing his storm bolter from the floor. Mass reactive shells hammered the corridor until the ammunition counter reached nothing. Ulfgar laughed once over the Vox. Then a Black Legion Terminator stepped through the smoke and drove a power axe into his chest. 2 wolves answered by smashing the traitor apart against the wall with thunderhammers. Farther ahead, chain fists cut through bulkheads to create flanking routes. One came through the wall beside Ragnar without warning, spinning teeth carving first through armor plate and then through the Grey Hunter standing beside him. The warrior's torso opened from shoulder to groin. His lungs and heart spilled against the wall in a steaming mass before he fell. Ragnar drove his frostblade through the breach and into the unseen attacker until something screamed on the other side. The ship fought them as hard as its warriors did. Blast doors slammed between packs. Compartments vented without warning. Gun servitors unfolded from shrines and fired into friend and foe whenever Threxos judged a deck expendable. Russ recognized the pattern quickly. He is moving us. Ragnar fired twice into a servitor's skull. Toward him, away from each other. A detonation rolled beneath their feet. Somewhere below, Arjak's force was fighting through engineering compartments packed with demon-bound machinery. Another blast door dropped behind Russ and cut him off from the wolf guard by less than a heartbeat. Ragnar struck the sealed barrier with his weapon. "My lord," Russ heard him through the vox. "Find another road. You are alone." Russ looked down the corridor ahead. Red warning lights came alive one after another. Not for long. The hounds of Abaddon came from 3 directions. They were not frothing cult killers. They were veterans chosen because they understood how to kill things stronger than themselves. 2 carried chain axes. 1 bore a power fist, large enough to crush a dreadnought sarcophagus. Another carried a melter weapon. 3 more advanced behind storm shields crusted with old blood. They attacked together. The melter burst struck first, scorching armor Elavagar across the chest and burning through an older wound in the plate. Russ moved before the second shot. A chain axe hit his shoulder and bit deep enough to throw blood across the wall. A power fist struck his ribs and drove him into a support column, hard enough to fracture the stone casing. The hounds closed instead of cheering. Russ grinned. Better. He moved with a speed that made the Astartes seem built from slower flesh. Gungnir entered the first hound beneath the breastplate and emerged through the back. Russ lifted the impaled warrior and threw him. The corpse struck a second legionary and drove both into the bulkhead with the spear still through one body. Russ released the weapon rather than waste time retrieving it. The power fist came again. He caught the forearm in both hands and twisted until armor couplings burst. The hound tried to wrench away. Russ tore the limb off at the shoulder. Blood sprayed from severed cables, muscle and arteries. He closed the dead gauntlet by force, turned the captured power fist toward its owner, and struck. The legionary's head disappeared between the powered fingers in a burst of crushed helm, brain and bone. A chain axe opened Russ's thigh. He seized the attacker by the throat and rammed him face first into the deck again and again until the helmet split and pieces of skull smeared across the iron floor. The melter gunner fired from behind. Russ dragged the dying hound into the beam. Both vanished inside a flash of heat. By the time Ragnar found another route through the sealed decks, the corridor looked like the interior of a slaughterhouse built for giants. Russ recovered Gungnir from the bodies pinned to the wall. Blood ran from beneath 3 armor plates. "You are hurt," Ragnar said. "So are they. They are dead. Then I am ahead." Threxos had already abandoned the bridge. Russ found him in the strategium near the vessel's heart, exactly where a sensible boarding commander would relocate once an enemy Primarch was moving upward through the ship. Tactical projections flickered across the chamber. Half the ceiling had collapsed. Gun servitors tracked Russ from recessed alcoves. Threxos stood beneath the Eye of Horus, with his chain axe held low. "Leman Russ." The Lord Ravager's voice carried genuine satisfaction. At last. Russ glanced at the surrounding demolition charges, the servitors, and the fractured deck. "You decorate poorly." Threxos laughed and fired the first trap. The floor beneath Russ exploded. He leapt through the debris as gun servitors opened fire. Bolts struck his side. Threxos came through the smoke with his axe already moving. Russ parried once with Mjolnir and was forced backward. The Ravager did not try to overpower him. He struck, withdrew, triggered another blast, and used collapsing machinery to alter the battlefield. He had learned from every report. Russ appreciated that enough to smile despite the blood in his mouth. "Horus would have liked you," Threxos said. You were always his favorite dog. Russ knocked the axe aside. I. Threxos hesitated, expecting anger. Russ stepped closer. Dogs were bred to tear out throats. Threxos struck harder. The chain axe caught Russ across the shoulder. Armor Alavagar shrieked as the weapon's teeth buried into the plate. Russ did not pull away. He stepped into the blow and trapped the axe between damaged ceramite and his own body. Threxos realized the mistake too late. Russ seized the Ravager's gorget and drove his forehead into the Chaos Lord's faceplate. Once. The helm cracked. Again. Blood leaked through the grill. A third blow collapsed the frontal plate inward and broke teeth behind it. Threxos tried to free his axe. Russ caught Gungnir in his other hand and drove the spear through the Ravager's chest. For one heartbeat, Threxos Hellbreed saw something only he could see. His body went rigid. The rage vanished from his eyes, and something much colder replaced it. Russ leaned close. There you are. Threxos made a choking sound. Whether it was denial, revelation, or fear, no one would ever know. Russ ripped Gungnir free, and Mjolnir followed. The Balanite blade crossed the Ravager's neck. His head struck the floor before his body understood it had died. The ship began screaming, not metaphorically. Warning sirens, demon-bound conduits, and mortal crew voices merged into one rising howl as reactor overload alarms spread through every channel. Threxos had issued the order before the duel. Arjak's voice came through broken vox. Engineering is lost. Reactor breach cannot be stopped. Ragnar looked toward Russ. Teleport now, Njal answered from the boarding reserve vessel. Homers are failing. Too much interference. I can extract some, not all. Arjak cut into the channel. My beacon is dead. Russ closed his eyes for one heartbeat. How many with you? 300 wolves. Several thousand Kells from the captured decks. Ragnar stared at Russ. We find another way. Russ ignored him. Arjak. Aye, my king. Hold engineering until the last possible breath. Arjak understood. Gladly. Russ returned to the fleet with fewer warriors than he had taken aboard. Teleport lightning deposited survivors inside crowded chambers, while wounded were dragged from armor. Outside, the oath of ruin burned from within, but did not yet break. The Blackstone anchor remained intact at its core. Fleet officers waited for an order. None wanted to receive. Logan's face appeared on the command hololith. There are still life signs aboard. Russ looked at the burning flagship. I know. Arjak's signal remains. I know. Logan's voice hardened. Then wait. Russ watched the Noctilith readings continue pulsing. No. Leman. Fire. The Fenrisian fleet obeyed. Lances struck first. Macro cannon broadsides followed. Torpedoes entered the crippled flagship through wounds already torn in its armor. Somewhere inside, Arjak Rockfist and hundreds of wolves continued fighting Black Legion survivors, while Kael's defended engineering spaces filled with reactor fire. Their final transmissions vanished beneath static. The anchor ship broke open. Blackstone structures at its heart became visible for an instant, darker than the void around them. Then the reactor detonated. The explosion consumed loyal and traitor alike. Logan found Russ after the light faded from the augers. Neither spoke for several moments. At last, the Great Wolf asked, "Did you know they were still alive when you gave the order?" Russ looked at him. There was no excuse in his face, no attempt to hide behind necessity. Yes. Logan's jaw tightened, but before either could say more, the entire fleet shook beneath a force no weapon had delivered. The dying anchor released a pulse through the system, a psychic concussion that turned astropaths mad and filled every rune priest's mouth with blood. On Frostheim, every infected human being began screaming at the same instant. Men chained inside quarantine shelters arched until their spines broke. Wounded soldiers ripped open their own bandages as black veins spread beneath their skin. Plague sores burst. Something new moved beneath their flesh. Skyrack Slaughterborn walked from his fortress beneath an aurora burning green across the sky. He lifted his diseased face toward the heavens and tasted the pulse passing through the warp. "The Wolf King has bled," he said. Around him, the infected began to change. The first brother tore his own jaw apart, trying not to bite the wolf priest. He had been strapped to an adamantium medici slab beneath the fang when the change began, his warplate already removed, and his wounds sealed beneath layers of synth flesh and clotting agents. Brother Hakon had survived the fighting on Frostheim with a bolt wound through one lung, corrosion burns across his abdomen, and a patch of blackened flesh where a plague blade had scraped beneath his breastplate. None of those injuries should have killed a space marine. Instead, his secondary heart accelerated until the medici monitors screamed warnings. His body temperature climbed beyond the machine's calibrated limits, and the bones of his hands began lengthening beneath the skin. Fingers became claws by increments. Knuckles split. Black blood welled through the tears and steamed where it struck the slab. Hakon remained conscious throughout. When the wolf priest bent close to examine him, Hakon turned his head away so violently that his own canine teeth ripped through his cheek. "Chain me tighter," he growled through the blood. "Brother, hold still. Chain me tighter." The words became a roar as something pushed outward beneath his brow. The restraints tightened. Hakon's spine arched. Several vertebrae shifted visibly under the skin. His jaw extended with a series of wet cracks, and still, he fought himself hard enough to tear muscle from bone rather than turn upon the priest beside him. The medici vaults filled with the same horror within minutes. Warriors wounded on separate battlefields and treated by separate healers began changing together as though some unseen hand had pulled a single cord running through them all. It was not disease, as mortal chirurgeons understood disease. The Canis Helix did not simply surrender to a virus. What Skyrack Slaughterborn had wrought was more obscene than that. Over centuries of war, the servants of the plague god had gathered fragments of the sons of Russ wherever battle had left them behind. Blood frozen into armor seams, organs taken from the dead, gene-rich tissue cut from fallen packs, contaminated remains scavenged from worlds where wolves had fought chaos and the warp had already touched their flesh. Apothecaries would have called much of it useless. Skyrack had not needed purity. His plague did not rewrite the gene seed. It found warriors already injured by corruption, weakened by sorcerous exposure, or carrying fragments of warp taint in wounds that should have healed, and pushed at the oldest violence sleeping within their altered blood. It took the savage metamorphic potential associated with the curse of the Wulfen and dragged it past instinct, past brotherhood, past anything the mind could govern. It did not create wolves, it created doors, and something diseased waited on the other side. Ulrich the Slayer walked between the restraints, while armed grey hunters lined the walls with bolters held ready. He had tended the gene sons of Russ for longer than most mortal kingdoms endured. He knew the distinction between the savage and the lost. That knowledge made what he saw worse. Brother Eirik Stoneblood lay beneath broken restraints, his arms chained separately to the floor after his first convulsion tore one restraint post from the slab. Ulrich had known him for centuries. Eirik had fought beneath Logan at Armageddon and walked from campaigns where younger brothers had become names carved into stone. Now his ribs were widening until the skin split along his flanks. Hair grew in coarse grey patches across his chest. His lower jaw had lengthened so far that speech should have been impossible, yet he whispered, "Do not let the last verse go unwritten." Ulrich crouched beside him. Eirik's eyes still recognized him. "Then speak it." The old warrior began reciting his saga. He named worlds. He named brothers. He remembered the day he had first taken the Fang's oath and the first greenskin, whose skull he had crushed beneath his boot. His voice worsened as his tongue thickened. By the time he reached Armageddon, half the words were growls. Ulrich listened to everyone. Eirik's eyes changed before the rest of him did. Recognition died. His head snapped toward the nearest grey hunter, and his mouth opened around a snarl that held no language. Ulrich's Crozius fell once. The power field burst Eirik's skull across the slab. For a moment, the great wolf priest remained bent over the corpse, fragments of bone and grey matter smoking across his armor. Then he stood. "Record every word he spoke," he ordered. He died before the beast took his name. Russ arrived while more doors were being sealed. He smelled the plague before he crossed the threshold. The expression on his face told Logan that hope had already lost the argument. "How many?" Russ asked. Ulrich gave him the confirmed count, then the suspected count, then the number of wounded who had passed through the same treatment galleries before symptoms manifested. Russ listened without interruption. "Seal the compromised levels." Logan looked at him. "They are already sealed." "Not enough. Close ventilation. Sever water circulation. Separate the lifts from the mountain systems." Ulrich understood next. "You mean to burn them?" Russ met his gaze. "Aye." Logan stepped between them. "There are warriors below who have shown no corruption. Yet, there are Kerls and Medici thralls with them. I know. Give the wolf priests another hour." Russ's expression did not change. "No." The single word struck harder than shouting would have done. Logan came closer. "These are my sons. They are mine as well. Then act like it." Several warriors turned away. Russ did not. "I commanded a legion, Logan. Do you know what that teaches a man? How to spend lives. How quickly refusing to spend some can cost all." Logan's hand settled upon the haft of the axe Morkai, not as a threat, but because anger needed somewhere to go. "You came home, and within days you have ordered wolves abandoned aboard a dying ship, and now you would burn wounded brothers inside their own fortress." "Aye. And you feel nothing?" Something dangerous moved behind Russ's eyes. "Do not mistake obedience to necessity for lack of grief." He pointed toward the sealed levels. "If Skyrack's plague escapes into the deeper halls, your choice will not be between those brothers and death. It will be between burning hundreds now and burning thousands later. Give me another answer that saves both, and I will take it." Logan said nothing because no answer existed. Russ turned to the Iron Priests. "Promethium through every compromised ventilation branch. Fire until the stone sweats." The purgation began beneath layers of armor plate. Pumps forced fuel into sealed galleries, while servitors turned ancient valves. On picked feeds, wounded warriors saw vapor crawling across the floor and understood. Some began pounding against locked doors. Others simply sat down. One grey hunter placed his back against a wall and raised 2 fingers to his brow in a final salute toward a camera he knew someone was watching. Ulrich watched without looking away. Logan did the same. Russ stood motionless beside them. Igniters fired. Orange light filled the screens. Promethium did not kill instantly. It clung. It entered wounds, spread along skin, and ran beneath armor remnants. Men became shapes inside flame. A Kerl Medici attendant ran 3 strides before falling, rose again with both arms burning, and collapsed against a sealed hatch. A space wolf endured longer, beating upon the door while fire stripped flesh from his hands. His final roar carried through the audio pickup until heat destroyed the device. One feed after another became white static. The screams diminished. Then there was only the sound of fuel burning through rooms that had contained the living minutes earlier. Bjorn found Russ alone after the purge. The ancient dreadnought entered the armory, where the Primarch sat repairing a damaged seal in Armor Elavagar, and dismissed the thralls with enough force in his voice that none waited for Russ's permission. "You have been home less than a handful of days," Bjorn said, "and already your sons burn by your command." Russ did not look up. "If you came to accuse me, choose something I have not accused myself of." That trick will not work on me. Bjorn moved closer, immense footfalls shaking the deck. Did 10,000 years in hell teach you anything beyond new ways to sacrifice your sons? Russ stopped working. You lived because I sacrificed something. The dreadnought became still. Careful, Leman. I ordered you to remain. You hated me for it. You still do. Yet because you obeyed, something of the old route survived to remember what we were. Bjorn's power claw flexed. Do not turn my imprisonment into proof that every cruel order is wise. I did not. Russ finally looked at him. I said cruel orders and cruel intentions are not the same thing. Bjorn's laugh came as a metallic grind. That distinction does not make either of us easier to forgive. Russ held his gaze. No, it does not. Njal found the source by studying what survived the fire. Fragments taken from plague lesions contained traces of mineral matter that should never have been inside living bodies. Iron priests separated samples under warded fields, while the rune priest stood over them breathing smoke and old memory. Midgardia, he said. Logan frowned. Njal touched one blackened fragment. Not whole stone, dust, splinters, ash from the dead moon. Midgardia had been destroyed in an earlier age of Fenrisian suffering, its ruins scattered into the system, relic and grave together. Skyrack's servants had spent years recovering contaminated fragments from drifting wreckage, impact zones, and forbidden stores. Some had been ground into powder and hidden inside supply containers. Others had been seeded into refugee stations, fuel depots, and medical shipments. The enemy had weaponized the remains of an old disaster. Russ studied the resulting map as contamination points multiplied. How many? Dozens confirmed, Njal said. More likely. Russ began assigning packs before the sentence finished. Every nexus burns. Iron priests identify contaminated machinery. Wolf priests test the living. Grey hunters secure the perimeters. No trophies. Nothing leaves a cleansed site except gene seed and weapons proven clean. War became labor performed under bombardment. Servitors dragged promethium tanks through corridors, while artillery shook dust from the ceilings. Iron priests knelt beside crippled land raiders, with mechadendrites buried in engines, while Kaels fired over their heads. Armor plates were taken from vehicles beyond repair and welded onto machines still capable of movement. Specialized bolt ammunition was stripped from the dead and redistributed by pack need rather than ownership. Wolf priests moved through casualty stations, choosing who received blood, who received surgery, and who received a bolt through the skull before corruption could claim them. Thunderhawks flew contaminated corpses toward incineration zones and returned with ammunition pallets hanging beneath their bellies. A gunship landed with one engine burning, discharged wounded, received fresh fuel, and lifted again before the dead pilot had been removed from the second seat. The battle for Fenris was no longer a saga of heroes beneath banners. It was fuel hoses, surgical saws, ammunition counts, replacement tracks, and men carrying bodies while shells fell around them. Russ went to Frostheim because Skyrack had finally concentrated enough strength to be hunted. The moon had changed. Glacial valleys ran with brown meltwater, carrying human fat, blood, and chemical foam beneath sheets of broken ice. Corpses had thawed into masses that merged where artillery had churned them together. Boots sank through snow and entered slurry made from men. Flies covered surfaces where no insect should have survived the cold. Bringers of decay advanced through loyalist bombardment with the patience of the dead. Bolter shells struck their swollen bodies, opening armor and releasing nests of pale insects from inside abdominal cavities. One plague marine lost half his torso to a plasma blast and remained upright long enough to fire twice before collapsing. Russ watched the first exchange and changed the ammunition orders. Stop wasting bolts on meat that refuses to understand it is dead. Plasma to the heavy infantry. Flame to anything opened. Burn the pieces. The battle became purification by violence. Flamers washed plague troops in sheets of burning promethium. Plasma guns turned corrupted ceramite white before blowing bodies apart into steaming chunks. Grey hunters concentrated fire on joints and exposed power units. Then Wolfguard closed to destroy whatever still moved. Russ went through them with Mjolnir and Gungnir, but even he avoided allowing diseased blood to remain on his armor. One plague marine tried to embrace him after losing both arms. Russ kicked the warrior into a burning wreck and watched until nothing recognizably human remained. Then the warhound came through the fog. Its first step crushed an entire trench. The traitor titan bore rusted banners and a bloated icon of decay upon its carapace, void shields shimmering around it, while its weapons tracked toward the loyalist armor. Russ did not charge it. "Blind it," he said. Long Fangs obeyed. Lascannons and crack missiles struck the void shields in converging fire. The barriers flashed and flexed. A Vindicator fired against one leg, forcing the Titan to adjust its stance. Another salvo hammered the shielding until the protective haze weakened. Above them, a Thunderhawk descended at suicidal speed. Its pilot came through the Vox. "My king, it has us." Russ looked upward. "Then make it look at you." The gunship crossed the Titan's forward arc. Point defense fire filled the sky. One wing erupted. The Thunderhawk kept coming, engines screaming, heavy weapons firing into the Warhound's head assembly. Its shields failed beneath the combined attack. Russ ran. The Titan was turning toward the dying gunship when he leapt from a broken ridge onto the armor of its lower leg. He climbed before the Princeps understood what had happened, driving Mjolnir into seams for purchase while secondary weapons traversed toward him. Heavy stubber fire ripped strips from his cloak and sparked from armor Alavagar. A point defense mount rotated into line. Russ cut it from the carapace and continued upward. The Warhound bucked, trying to throw him. Below, its feet crushed plague troops and loyalists alike. The cockpit hatch resisted him longer than most fortress doors. Russ drove Mjolnir beneath the edge, forced the ancient blade through locking mechanisms, and tore. Metal peeled back. Inside, Princeps and Moderati screamed warnings through neural interfaces, while servitors fought to stabilize the machine. Russ entered the cockpit like a boarding torpedo. The first Moderatus died when he was ripped from his restraint throne and thrown against the canopy hard enough to break his spine. The second raised a pistol. Russ drove the man's face into the control bank. The Princeps remained linked to the god machine, cables entering his skull and spine, mouth frothing as he ordered the Titan to kill the intruder standing beside him. Russ cut the throne apart. The Warhound staggered, its left leg locked, while the right continued stepping, and thousands of tons of corrupted god engine leaned beyond recovery. Russ tore open the rear access and leapt before it fell. The Titan collapsed into Skyrack's advancing host. Its carapace crushed plague marines, cult infantry, and demon engines beneath it. One reactor line ruptured, and fire rolled beneath the wreck, consuming hundreds more. Wolves roared across the Vox. Russ did not. He was already searching the battlefield for Skyrack. The Lord Corruptor had gone. Fresh plague carriers flooded from subterranean gates, while transports withdrew through prepared routes beneath covering artillery. Russ saw the decision for what it was. Skyrack had not remained to defend honor, prove strength, or earn a saga. His continued existence meant the plague continued. Chasing him would lead Russ away from the machines producing it. Ragnar arrived beside the Primarch, blood coating one side of his helm. His trail runs north. Russ looked toward the retreat, then toward the fortress vomiting contamination into Frostheim's air. "Let him run." Ragnar stared. "He is one of Abaddon's chosen, and he wants me angry enough to follow." Russ raised Gungnir toward the manufactorum. "Break his teeth instead." The plague fortress died from its foundations upward. Demolition charges opened containment reservoirs. Plasma fire ignited chemical stores. Iron priests overloaded captured reactors and withdrew, while servitors remained behind to complete the sequence. The first explosion lifted one corner of the fortress from the ice. The second tore open its central towers. Green flame rose into the poisoned sky, while vats filled with corrupted biological matter burst and burned. Russ watched until the complex began collapsing. Then, every Vox channel around him cleared. Devram Corda appeared upon Ragnar's helm display and upon the external pict screens of surviving vehicles. The Lord Purgator stood within a chamber on Valdermani, surrounded by rows of restrained captives. Behind him, extraction engines worked without pause. Bodies disappeared into iron machinery. Fluids flowed through transparent conduits. Corda lifted a narrow vial containing only a few drops of iridescent liquid and drank. "Slaughterborn attacks flesh," he said. His voice was almost gentle. "He has always lacked imagination." Russ said nothing. Corda smiled. "I have chosen something older." Behind the Chaos Lord, a stone monument shattered beneath demolition charges. Across Valdermani, ancient Fenrisian shrines began disappearing from the tactical display, one after another. Corda spread his arms while fire climbed behind him. "I will take from your sons the right to remember what they were." The transmission died. Russ was already looking toward the moon. Valdermani had not been conquered so much as converted into an instrument. Settlements that had once clung to the frozen valleys beneath shrines of Russ and the Allfather now burned beneath columns of perfumed smoke, their outer walls daubed with the eye of Horus and sigils of excess, their plazas crowded with iron cages, slave pens and machinery whose purpose became apparent only when men were forced into it. Devram Corda had ordered no indiscriminate massacre when his armies landed. He considered simple killing wasteful. The defenders who fought were butchered, but those who surrendered were chained. The wounded were sorted according to usefulness. Artificers, laborers, and medici personnel were kept alive. Children old enough to carry tools were separated into work gangs. The rest were driven toward processing districts built around captured manufactoria. Before entering those districts, the prisoners were forced to desecrate their own history. Men who had prayed beneath runestones since boyhood were given hammers and ordered to smash the names carved into them. Khals were made to drag statues of ancient Jarls from their plinths, while traitor tanks rolled over the fallen faces. Aquilae were inverted, chained beneath tracked vehicles, and ground into fragments before the captives who had once saluted them. Those who refused did not die immediately. Corda understood memory too well for that. A man slain while defying his enemy might become a martyr. A man forced to swing the hammer that destroyed his father's memorial could be made to carry the defeat inside him forever. The machinery behind that cruelty was worse because there was nothing theatrical about it. The children of torment had transformed entire halls into rendering plants. Demon-bound pumps drew blood from living captives before the heart stopped. Mechanical arms suspended bodies above heated channels, while surgical blades opened torsos with Munitorum precision. Muscle went into one vat, fat into another, marrow into grinders, organs into chemical baths, whose fumes made mortal attendants cough pink froth into their respirators. Nervous tissue passed through alchemical separation chambers, where bound entities whispered from brass housings and glass pipes vibrated with voices that had no lungs. The resulting slurry moved through ascending columns taller than Hab towers, each stage refining what thousands of human lives contained into progressively smaller quantities. Reservoirs holding tons of blood and rendered tissue became a few liters of dark concentrate. Those liters became handfuls of luminous fluid. By the final stage, an entire settlement might produce enough iridescent elixir to cover the bottom of a drinking vessel. The obscene inefficiency was the point. Corda valued the substance because each swallow contained suffering beyond ordinary comprehension, because tens of thousands had been reduced so that one sensation might become marginally sharper upon his tongue. Ragnar Blackmane smelled the processing halls long before he saw them. He moved through a maintenance conduit beneath Corda's western complex, with grey hunters ahead and Wolfguard head-takers behind, every warrior coated in soot and chemical frost to dull the readings of the enemy's sentry devices. The passage was barely broad enough for power armor. Pipes throbbed beside them, some carrying promethium, others carrying fluids Ragnar preferred not to identify. Through the metal, he could hear machinery cycling and occasionally screaming. Russ was nowhere near them. That was deliberate. The Wolf King had shown himself openly upon another front, striking at Corda's outer defenses with enough armor and air support to convince every augur officer in the complex that the Primarch intended to smash his way directly toward the central shrine. Ragnar's pack had been given the less glorious task and the more important one. 4 shield generators protected the inner structure from bombardment. Ragnar had to kill them before Russ revealed the lie. He raised one fist, and the column stopped. A sentry waited beyond the next maintenance hatch. Ragnar could smell him through the seal. Oil, old blood, stimulants, mortal sweat. He opened the hatch by fractions. One grey hunter slipped through, caught the cult sentry beneath the jaw, and drew a combat blade across his throat before the man could breathe inward. Blood ran into the drain channel without a cry. The wolves moved on. Silence lasted until the second generator. The first died beneath shaped melter charges, placed directly against its regulator core, the resulting detonation contained by its own armored housing. At the second, a slave overseer saw a shape move where none should have been and reached a vox bead before Ragnar's bolt pistol broke his skull apart. The sound was enough. Alarm horns began howling through the complex. Bulkhead shutters slammed downward. Red lumens woke along the walls. Ragnar's pack stopped stalking and began killing. Grey hunters moved in disciplined pairs, bolters firing into traitor infantry as they emerged from side passages. Mass reactive shells punched through flak plate before detonating in abdominal cavities, bursting men open from within and spraying walls with pieces of liver, intestine, and shattered vertebrae. Head-takers crashed into heavier defenders with frost weapons and power axes. Ragnar opened one traitor from collarbone to pelvis, the frost blade passing through ribs and spine before the two halves collapsed in opposite directions. "Third generator ahead," he voxed. "No chasing, no trophies. Break the shield and move." That order mattered when screaming prisoners began appearing in front of the enemy guns. Corda had prepared for rescue. Hundreds of captives were driven into the access galleries, iron collars chained together in rows, while cult infantry and traitor guard fired from behind them. The first last volley passed through prisoners before reaching the wolves. Men jerked as beams burned fist-sized holes through backs and chests. Autoguns followed. A grey hunter beside Ragnar took a round against his gorget, while a captive in front of the shooter collapsed, with half his face gone. Ragnar raised his pistol, found no shot that did. Not past through 3 chained men, and hesitated. That hesitation cost him. A missile streaked from behind the human screen and struck a wolf guard in the shoulder. The explosion tore away the entire arm and half the breastplate, throwing the warrior against the wall with his primary heart exposed through broken ceramite. Ragnar tried to shift the attack left. The prisoners were driven left with them. He tried the service galleries. More chained bodies appeared. Corda was not merely sheltering behind captives. He was making the wolves choose, knowing every heartbeat of mercy kept the shield alive. A young man at the front of the prisoner line understood before Ragnar did. His face was bloodied, one eye swollen shut, his wrists worn raw beneath iron manacles. He looked directly at the Wolf Lord and shouted, "Shoot!" The cult overseer behind him struck the back of his head with a rifle butt. The prisoner staggered, but remained standing. "Shoot, damn you!" Others began taking up the cry. Ragnar could smell their terror. He could hear hearts hammering inside fragile ribs. He had spent his life killing enemies who stood between the rout and survival. These were not enemies. A bolter shell would not care. He looked at the tactical rune counting down the generator's recalibration cycle and knew that if the shield remained, Corda's processing halls would continue devouring entire populations while Russ's bombardment remained useless. Ragnar closed his eyes for less than a heartbeat. "All packs," he said over the vox. "Fire through." Storm bolters and bolt rifles answered together. The chained men vanished inside red explosions. Mass reactive rounds tore through backs, burst inside torsos, and continued into the cult troops beyond. One prisoner's chest opened so violently that his sternum and ribs were thrown backward into the gunner who had been hiding behind him. A row of captives collapsed while their chains held the bodies upright long enough for a second volley to strike. Heads came apart. Arms spun through the smoke still attached to sections of chain. The traitor line broke beneath the same fire. Ragnar advanced through the remains, boots crushing fingers, teeth and fragments of bone beneath armored weight. The young prisoner who had shouted at him lay on his back with most of his abdomen gone. Somehow, he was alive. Ragnar stopped for the fraction of a second available to him. The man looked up and tried to speak. Blood filled his mouth. Ragnar put one bolt into his skull and continued forward. "Third generator," he growled. "Now!" The shields died 7 minutes later. Ragnar barely had time to register the change in the tactical display before Russ's voice entered the command channel. "Blackmane, down." Ragnar knew what that meant. "All packs, hard cover, bombardment incoming." One Wolfguard asked, "How long?" The first orbital strike answered him. The surface above them convulsed. Entire shrine blocks disappeared beneath descending lance fire, stone and adamantium turning white before erupting outward. Vindicators opened from prepared positions beyond the complex, demolisher shells hammering buildings whose shields no longer existed. Ragnar threw himself beneath the remains of a reinforced arch as the ceiling folded. The concussion punched through power armor and into his organs. Men, traitors, prisoners and machinery were hurled into one indistinguishable storm. A processing tower split open and released thousands of liters of blood across a courtyard moments before another shell hit it. The liquid became vapor. Concrete dust, ash, and atomized human remains rolled through the complex in a choking red-gray cloud that coated armor like powdered meat. Russ gave the bombardment less than a minute before advancing. He did not need more. The outer complex had been broken open. Land raiders moved through collapsing gates while grey hunters fired from their hatches. Wolfguard followed between burning buildings, stepping over bodies that no longer possessed enough structure to identify which side they had belonged to. Russ walked at the center with Gungnir and Mjalnar, his armor blackened by falling debris. There was no triumph in his face. Ragnar reached him from the flank, one shoulder plate cracked and his blade coated in blood. "There were prisoners in the impact zone." Russ looked at him. "I know." Ragnar's anger rose despite understanding the necessity. Because understanding did not make the dead less dead. "You gave us seconds. And Corda would have used another minute to drink another 1,000 lives." Russ looked toward the central shrine. "Hate the order later. Move now." Devram Corda waited inside a hall built from the remains of 3 older sanctuaries. He had dressed the chamber for sensation rather than defense. Incense burned beside open reservoirs of blood. Captured banners hung upside down from the rafters. Flayed skins had been stretched across acoustic frames so that the vibrations of distant artillery made them hum. Corda stood at the center, wearing armor the color of bruised ivory and black iron, his movements so smooth that they seemed fractionally detached from time. Empty vials covered the floor around him. He had consumed enough refined essence that every sensation reached him, magnified beyond mortal possibility. He could hear servos moving inside Russ's armor before the Primarch crossed the threshold. He could smell the differences between old blood and new. He could feel the vibration of Ragnar's distant footsteps through the stone beneath his boots. "At last," Korda said. "Do you know what anticipation becomes when one can taste it?" Russ entered without answering. Korda smiled. "I can hear your hearts." He moved before Ragnar saw him move. A blade curved like a sliver of polished night, crossed Russ's flank, and opened an existing weakness in armor Elavagar. Blood struck the floor. Korda was already elsewhere. Russ turned, Mjolnir missing him by a handspan. The Lord Purgator laughed, not wildly, but with cultivated delight. "There, that instant, the change in your scent when you understood I could wound you." He attacked again. His blade struck 3 times, each cut shallow but exact, seeking damaged armor seams and old wounds. Russ gave ground. Korda heard it as victory. He began talking while he fought, describing the texture of the Primarch's blood in the air, the iron content, the strange pressure of a being whose flesh carried more than biology. "I wondered whether a son of the Emperor would taste different," he said. "You do. There is storm in it, old frost, something like—" Russ drove his forehead into Korda's mouth. The sound was wet and sudden. Teeth burst through the Chaos Lord's lips. His head snapped backward. Before his enhanced senses recovered, Russ seized a broken stone pillar and tore it from the floor. Korda looked up in time to see several tons of masonry moving toward him. The pillar struck his side and threw him across the hall. He hit a shrine hard enough to break it apart, rose with one arm hanging at the wrong angle, and began laughing through the blood filling his mouth. "Crude," he said. Several missing teeth made the word thick. Russ came toward him. "Effective." Korda's elixirs were already repairing him. The broken arm twitched, bones grinding back toward alignment beneath torn armor. A wound across his side contracted while Ragnar watched. Korda sprang again. This time Russ stopped trying to match speed with speed. He destroyed the battlefield around his opponent. Mjolnir cut through a support column, forcing Korda to change direction beneath falling stone. Russ kicked a burning brazier into his path and hurled a severed chunk of masonry at the movement that followed. Korda avoided the first and took the second across the knee. His leg folded. Russ closed the distance. The Chaos Lord slashed upward and opened Russ's breastplate. Russ caught the weapon arm, twisted once and broke it at the elbow. Bone burst through the inner joint of Korda's armor. He tried to retreat. Mjolnir descended and severed one leg above the knee. Korda fell and still attempted to rise. Flesh crawled around the stump. Veins writhed like worms beneath his skin. Russ stamped upon his chest. Armor cracked. Korda coughed blood and smiled up at him. "You think this is suffering?" He swallowed hard enough to clear his throat. "I have consumed worlds of sensation. You cannot show me anything I have not." Russ drove Gungnir through him. Korda's voice stopped. For one terrible instant, the Lord Purgator saw himself without the narcotic splendor of corruption. No choir, no exquisite pain, no thousandfold senses, no ascending perfection. He saw a warrior who had spent centuries reducing uncounted lives into droplets because he feared being ordinary. He saw the armies Abaddon had given him not as proof of importance, but as tools expected to break. He saw Threxos dead. He saw himself occupying the same place in the Warmaster's design. Expendable, measured, already accepted as a loss before the campaign began. Korda's face changed. The ecstasy vanished from it. "No," he whispered. Russ leaned upon the spear. "There you are." Korda's ruined mouth trembled. He knew. Russ's eyes narrowed. "Who?" "The Warmaster." Blood ran from Korda's lips. He knew we would die. Ragnar approached through the wreckage. Russ did not look away from Korda. "Explain." Korda laughed once, but there was no pleasure left in it. "Hellbreed, me, Slaughterborn, Val. Every blade against you is also an eye. Every wound you take, every choice, every son you save, every son you leave to die." His breath rattled. "He does not need us to kill you. He needs us to teach him how." Russ's expression became still. Corda saw that he had landed a wound deeper than his blade ever had, and smiled weakly. "He knows which relics you seek. He knows whom you protect. He knows what pain makes you hesitate, and what pain makes you angry. Every victory narrows the hunt." Russ pulled Gungnir free. Corda collapsed against the stone, still conscious only because corruption refused to release him. "You are not hunting us," he whispered. Mjolnir rose. "We are measuring you." Russ removed his head. The surviving prisoners were found in tens of thousands, not millions. Entire districts were empty, except for restraints, rendering machinery, and the residue left after populations had ceased being people and become ingredients. Thunderhawks began evacuation before the fires were out. Kale Medici teams moved through holding pens, cutting chains from men too weak to stand. Some captives attacked their rescuers because weeks of torment had destroyed their ability to recognize salvation. Others refused to leave until forced, convinced another punishment waited outside. Ragnar found a grey-haired man sitting beside a broken monument, clutching a stone fragment bearing half a Fenrisian name. The man would not release it, even when a Medici thrall tried to lift him onto a stretcher. A Skjald approached Russ, while the central rendering hall burned. "My king, the warriors ask whether the victory will be marked before we depart." "No." The Skjald hesitated. "A saga should remember. It will remember the dead." Russ watched black smoke climb from Corda's machines. "That is enough." Njal arrived before the evacuation ended. The rune priest looked as though he had aged during the flight from Fenris, his face drawn tight beneath his beard. He ignored Corda's severed head and went directly to Russ. "Val is gone." Russ turned. "Dead?" "No." "Then find him." "I cannot." Njal's frustration made the air around his staff grow cold. "That is what I am telling you. Every trace of the Lord Deceiver has vanished. His anchor readings are gone. His ship no longer answers augur. His shadow is absent from the word." Ragnar frowned. "He fled." Njal looked toward him. "No. If he had fled, there would be a trail." Russ's eyes moved toward the distant heavens, where Fenris lay beyond sight. Njal spoke more quietly. "He is inside the pattern now." For the first time since Corda's death, Russ showed alarm. "The Fang," he said. Njal nodded. "He has entered it without crossing a single gate." The Fang forgot its own shape before anyone understood that it was under attack. A Kale ammunition detail entered a passage beneath the western defense galleries and emerged 3 levels above the hall of the Great Wolf without climbing a single stair. An iron priest opened a blast door leading toward a reactor chapel and found snow falling beyond it, beneath a black sky, though the chamber existed kilometers beneath Asserheim. Fenrisian runes carved into the oldest walls changed when warriors looked away. One moment a stone marked the saga of a dead Jarl. The next it warned that Russ had never returned. When a grey hunter struck the carving with his fist, the same rune became his own name, followed by a death date that had not yet come. Vox traffic degenerated into overlapping voices from battles centuries apart. Men called for ammunition from companies long dead. Wolf priests heard great wolves buried generations before demanding entrance through sealed doors. Most disturbing were the dead who simply walked. Warriors killed during the first days of the Black Legion invasion appeared at intersections in blood-stained armor, speaking calmly to brothers who had watched them die. The apparitions possessed memories no demon should have known. One dead grey hunter asked his pack leader why he had lied about being afraid on Armageddon. Another repeated a private insult spoken beside a funeral pyre 2 centuries earlier. The Fang had not been conquered. Memory had been laid over stone like a second fortress, and where the 2 structures disagreed, reality had begun to tear. Njal Stormcaller stood before a wall that had become a doorway into a hall burned during an invasion, long before most living wolves had been born. Frost crept from his staff across the floor. "The noose is inside the mountain now," he said. Logan Grimnar stood beside him, axe Morkai held ready. "Can you break it?" Njal's eyes remained fixed upon the false hall. "Not from here. Val has found places where memory and the weird already touch. The deeper the memory, the stronger his hold." Bjorn the Fell-Handed approached behind them, immense chassis grinding across the stone. "Then he will seek old memories." Russ arrived without escort, Gungnir in one hand, Mjolnir sheathed across his back. "Mine." Njal nodded. Logan immediately said, "Then I come." Russ looked toward the tactical runes burning upon the chamber wall, each representing another battle raging outside the Fang. "No, you hold the war. He is inside my fortress, and Skyrack is still outside it with an army. If every wolf runs after the sorcerer because he whistles from the cellar, Abaddon wins without firing another gun." Logan hated the answer, because it was correct. Russ turned toward Njal and Bjorn. "You two remember enough of the old days to know when something lies badly?" Bjorn's speakers growled. "And when it lies well?" Russ stepped through the impossible doorway. "Then we kill it twice." The first lie was Prospero. One moment Russ walked beneath the Fang. The next, burning towers rose around him beneath a red sky. The transformation was complete enough that heat struck his face. Marble avenues were buried beneath rubble and bodies. The air smelled of dust, scorched parchment, blood, and psychic fire. Thousand Suns warriors fought among collapsing buildings, while warriors of the 6th Legion advanced through them, with bolters roaring. Russ stopped. Njal emerged behind him and immediately tightened both hands around his staff. Bjorn's chassis appeared last, too large for the avenue, and yet somehow fitting within it, because the illusion obeyed memory rather than architecture. A space wolf dragged a wounded sorcerer from a doorway and hacked his head off with a chainsword. Another fired into civilians fleeing between burning columns. Russ watched without pretending not to recognize the heraldry. A voice came from everywhere. "Executioner." Mordrek Val spoke softly, almost kindly. "Look upon obedience." Russ continued walking. A false wolf passed through him like smoke, armor slick with blood. "You were deceived. You were angry. You were sent." Val allowed another avenue to open, revealing pyramids burning beneath artillery. "Surely that absolves you." Russ looked toward the destruction. "No." The word disturbed the illusion. One tower flickered. Val's voice sharpened. "Magnus broke the edict. Magnus betrayed your father's command." "Aye. Then Prospero deserved judgment." Russ stepped over the body of 1,000 Suns warrior. "Judgment is not the same as every death that followed it." The burning city trembled. "You would confess weakness before your sons?" the sorcerer asked. Russ turned his face toward the invisible voice. "I have confessed worse things to myself." A section of Prospero collapsed into the stone corridor beneath the Fang. Shame already carried for 10,000 years proved poor leverage. The next memory struck harder, because Russ had never found a way to blunt it. Prospero vanished. The world became the bridge of the vengeful spirit, as Russ remembered it from another age, though the details shifted with each heartbeat. Horus stood before him in battered plate, Gungnir driven through his body. Blood ran from the wound. For an instant the Warmaster wore the face of the brother Russ had loved. Then corruption moved beneath his features, eyes becoming pits of furnace light. "You could have ended it," Horus said. Russ gripped the real spear in his hand. The false one remained buried in the false brother. "You had me beneath your blade." Horus smiled through blood. "How many died because you hesitated?" Terror burned behind him, where the Strategium wall should have been. Legionaries became corpses by the 1,000. The Emperor appeared far away beneath a sky of ash. "How many sons? How many worlds? How many of your brothers?" Russ's breathing changed. Bjorn heard it through armor seals, and knew before Njal did that the sorcerer had found the wound. "Leman," Bjorn warned. Horus opened his arms. "You called yourself executioner, and failed when execution mattered most." Russ roared and struck. Mjolnir came free so fast that the blade blurred. It passed through Horus and shattered a stone pillar hidden inside the illusion. Russ struck again. The false Warmaster laughed. Each blow changed the scene. Horus became Magnus, then Horus again, then the Emperor wounded upon the throne. Russ destroyed walls, banners and phantoms with strength that made the mountain tremble. This was not the economical violence Ragnar had witnessed upon battlefields. This was anger without purpose, every blow aimed at a moment that could not bleed. "Leman!" Bjorn's voice thundered. Russ did not hear. Njal slammed the butt of his staff against the floor. Frost exploded outward. "Wolf King!" Russ turned, teeth bared. Njal did not retreat. Memory cannot die because you strike it harder. For one dangerous heartbeat, Russ looked capable of killing the rune priest simply because he stood closest. Then the rage passed. His gaze dropped to Mjolnir. The false Horus still waited, smiling. Russ sheathed the blade. "I," he said. "I hesitated." Horus's smile faded. "And if I had killed you then, perhaps less would have burned. Or perhaps another doom would have taken your place. I have eaten that question long enough." He walked through the Warmaster's image. It came apart around him like smoke. Val abandoned accusation and offered temptation. The corridor beyond became golden. Not the crude gold of imperial shrines, but a warmer light Russ remembered from halls built before worship had replaced understanding. At the end waited the golden throne. The Emperor sat upon it, neither corpse nor god, his face hidden behind radiance. Russ stopped without being commanded. Njal felt the Primarch's pulse change through the warp. Val's voice came close to Russ's ear. "You crossed the Sea of Souls seeking answers." Russ said nothing. "You hunted through hell while your sons told stories about your return. You sought a cure, did you not? A truth, a road, something that might release your father from his throne." Bjorn's optics fixed upon Russ. This was not a memory he shared. Abaddon knows things taken from the ruins of Cadia, from demon worlds, from the vaults beneath worlds older than Terra's empire. The despoiler has walked roads your father forbade. Serve no god, bend no knee, merely listen. The image of the throne sharpened. The Emperor raised his head. "There is a path," Val whispered. "A way to Terra, a way beneath the wards, a way to learn whether your father can still be saved." Russ stood so still that Njal feared the sorcerer had won. Then the Primarch lifted Gungnir. "A truth offered by a liar may still be truth," Russ said. Val laughed softly. "Then hear me." Russ's expression hardened. "After I kill the liar." Gungnir struck the floor. The golden hall fractured. Behind it, the fang reappeared in pieces, corridors overlapping at impossible angles, while shadows boiled from the cracks. Demonic forms came with them. Njal moved before the first creature fully manifested. He carved a rune through the air with one finger and spoke an old Fenrisian word for the killing cold between stars. Frost covered the demon's limbs. Lightning followed, not clean blue electricity, but warp force shaped through the rune priest's will until it resembled a storm tearing across Asserheim. The creature burst into black vapor. Two more came from the walls, limbs multiplying as they moved. Njal struck one with his staff and felt something on the other side strike back through his mind. Blood filled his mouth. Psychic power was never free, no matter what names men gave it. He forced the pain down and called another rune. "Storm take you." The corridor answered with thunder. Russ did not rebuke him. Once, in another age, questions of sorcery had been easier for men who believed themselves certain. 10,000 years had burned certainty out of him. He used Gungnir differently. Where the spear touched a false wall, the true corridor appeared beneath it. Where two doors overlapped, the weapon trembled toward the one anchored in reality. It did not explain. It exposed. Bjorn advanced behind them, assault cannon roaring whenever the distortions birthed something solid enough to kill. The weapon spun to full speed and filled the corridor with explosive rounds. A warp construct wearing Astartes armor disintegrated from the waist upward, black vapor and fragments of ceramite splattering across the walls. "Down," Bjorn said. "He is below us." Njal looked toward an apparent stairwell leading upward. "That rises. Not in the old fang." Bjorn crushed a false doorway beneath one foot. Stone peeled away to reveal steps descending into darkness. "I remember what was here before your grandfather's grandfather had teeth." They descended into chambers Logan's records insisted did not exist. Blackstone had been driven into the mountain like stakes through flesh. Cables ran from the Noctilith into machinery assembled from Mechanicus components and things no loyal forge would have sanctioned. Sacrificed psychers hung within iron frames around the central shaft, bodies desiccated until skin clung to bone, spinal cables linking their skulls to humming engines. Their mouths still moved. The projection had been powered not by one sorcerer's mind, but by dozens of stolen minds burned slowly as fuel. Automata guarded the approach, armor shaped like ancient legionaries, but hollow within, weapons moving under sorceress command. Possessed came among them. Bjorn stepped forward. "Behind me." Njal almost laughed. "I am not a pup." "Then stop standing like one." The assault cannon opened. Explosive shells tore through the automata, cracking armor and scattering burning fragments down the stair. A possessed leapt over them and struck Bjorn across the sarcophagus, hard enough to gouge adamantium. The dreadnought caught it in his power claw. Ceramite broke inward. The demon screamed as Bjorn crushed armor, fused ribs and both hearts into one pulped mass, before throwing the corpse into the shaft. Njal stood behind the ancient chassis and cast through the narrow opening Bjorn deliberately left him, lightning striking sorcerer's control nodes, while Russ drove downward. Gungnir found weak points in the Blackstone architecture. Mjolnir dealt with everything possessing flesh. Mordrek Val waited at the bottom. His physical body barely resembled a warrior. He had been fused into a throne of Blackstone, cables entering his spine, skull and chest. His armor had grown into the machinery around him. Beneath his hood, the flesh of his face had withered around eyes that reflected entire burning worlds. "You came," Val whispered. Russ approached. The chamber disappeared. The Emperor stood between them. Not an icon. Not the rotting lord depicted in later shrines. Russ saw his father as he remembered him before the heresy. Terrible and beautiful, clad in golden plate, dark eyes holding an intelligence that made even a Primarch feel young. The likeness was perfect enough that Russ stopped. "Leman," the Emperor said. One heartbeat. That was all Val received. Gungnir moved in Russ's hand. The spear screamed. The false Emperor became translucent, and behind the golden figure, Russ saw Val upon his throne. Every cable, every Blackstone brace, every terrified movement of the sorcerer's eyes. Russ threw. Gungnir passed through the Emperor's chest without resistance. The illusion's expression became sorrow. Then the spear entered Mordrek Val beneath the throat and drove through him into the Blackstone throne. The chamber came apart. Every sacrificed psyker screamed at once. Blackstone fractured with sounds too deep for human hearing. Njal dropped to one knee as psychic backlash struck him like a hammer. Bjorn braced his chassis across the passage while chunks of ceiling crashed against his armor. The Emperor's image multiplied into 1,000 broken reflections, each reaching toward Russ as though trying to hold him. Back. Russ walked through them. Val clawed at Gungnir's haft. His sorcerous power was gone. Without projection and ritual, he looked small despite his transhuman bulk. Russ reached the throne and wrapped one hand around the Chaos Lord's throat. Val tried to speak. Russ squeezed. Cartilage broke. The sorcerer's eyes bulged. Russ tore him free from the machinery. Cables ripped from flesh in sprays of blood. Then the Primarch closed both hands around Val's skull. There was no speech. The head collapsed between his palms. For several seconds, only the dying machinery spoke. Njal dragged himself upright and looked at the shattered Blackstone arrays. "It is finished." Russ did not answer. Bjorn's optics moved across the chamber. "No." Njal turned. The broken machines were still transmitting. Not power, information. Gungnir had exposed it once the illusions failed. Streams of data, psychic impressions and emotional responses were being sent outward through channels buried within the Noose. Val's chamber had recorded every hesitation, every surge of anger, every change in Russ's psychic presence when shown Prospero, Horus, the Emperor, Bjorn, and the promise of terror. The sorcerer had not merely tried to break him, he had measured him. Russ stared at the dead Deceiver. "Abaddon," he said. Njal understood. "He wanted to know what moves you." "Aye." Bjorn's voice became bitter. "And now he does." Before Russ could answer, every Blackstone fragment in the chamber activated. The effect spread beyond the Fang. Across Fenris, buried engines awoke beneath ice and stone. Noctilith satellites turned in orbit. Surviving anchor vessels altered positions simultaneously. Blackstone structures hidden inside wreckage, moons and captured stations aligned toward one another. Navigators screamed. Astropaths went blind. Warp communication ceased, as though a door had been slammed across the galaxy. Ships attempting translation found no road. Demons already manifested upon the battlefields remained trapped in real space, suddenly cut off from tides that had sustained them, while creatures still within the immaterium could no longer cross. Reinforcement fleets outside the Fenris system vanished from every psychic channel. Black Legion reserves beyond the boundary were cut off just as completely. The mountain shook. Njal reached for the weird and found a wall, his face drained of color. Russ looked toward him. "What?" The rune priest swallowed blood. "We are sealed." Bjorn turned toward the fractured Blackstone chamber as a deep vibration passed through the Fang and continued outward across the worlds beyond. Billions of soldiers remained inside the system. Wolves, Kaels, traitor legions, plague hosts, cult armies, slaves, tanks, warships and demon engines now shared one battlefield from which none could flee. Russ looked down at Mordrek Val's ruined corpse. At last, he understood the true shape of the trap. The king's collar had closed. Silence came to Fenris like an executioner's hood. Astropathic choirs that had spent days screaming beneath the pressure of the invasion suddenly heard nothing at all. Men whose minds had been trained to endure the tides of the immaterium opened their mouths to send warnings and found only a black wall where infinity should have been. Navigators recoiled from their observation thrones, third eyes streaming blood beneath jeweled bandages as the routes between worlds vanished from their perception. No Astronomicon, no currents, no beacon, no distant storms. The warp had not become calm, it had become inaccessible. A destroyer attempting emergency translation beyond the orbit of Frostheim activated its warp drives and remained in real space until the engines tore themselves apart, vomiting blue fire through 3 decks and killing hundreds of crew. Another vessel drove toward the boundary at full acceleration and simply ceased gaining distance, its augurs insisting the stars ahead remained exactly where they had been despite hours of thrust. The king's collar had not closed like a physical wall. It had altered the rules by which escape could be understood. For several minutes after the noose tightened, every command network in the Fenris system seemed to hold its breath. Then the guns began again. The Black Legion had been waiting for the silence. Reserve formations emerged from behind moons, dead stations and wreck. Fields, where they had concealed themselves during the earlier phases of the campaign. Legionaries in black and gold came first, not in impossible numbers, but in concentrations large enough to break the places where mortal armies had already weakened the defenders. Chosen followed in the assault spearheads. Terminators translated through short-range teleport strikes where local shields flickered. Havocs established firing lines on captured ridges and opened with lascannons, autocannons, and missile launchers against loyalist armor. Raptors descended into trenches behind defensive lines. Obliterators walked from corrupted landers, with weapons growing through their flesh, cannon muzzles splitting open along swollen arms as ammunition formed inside them like tumors. Possessed sprinted beside demon engines that moved on piston limbs and hooked claws. Behind the Astartes came the mass that actually gave the invasion its scale. Traitor Guard regiments, pressed levies, mutants, cult armies, slave infantry, and armored columns extending beyond the horizon. Millions advanced because retreat had become meaningless. Millions of defenders remained because there was nowhere else to go. Artillery began firing across fronts measured in hundreds of kilometers, and whole formations died without seeing the warriors whose decisions had placed them beneath the shells. Logan Grimnar commanded the total defense from a stratagem that shook continuously beneath impacts against the Fang. He did not try to hold every approach. Grey Hunters became the moving bones of the defense, shifted from breach to breach aboard rhinos, storm wolves, and whatever damaged transports the Iron Priests could keep alive. Bloodclaws were kept behind secondary lines until enemy infantry committed themselves, then released in countercharges brutal enough to regain ground before being pulled back again. Long Fangs concentrated upon demon engines and traitor armor rather than wasting heavy ammunition against massed infantry that Kael guns could still kill. Wolfguard Terminators held the passages where retreat would expose reactor halls, gene vaults, or ammunition stores. Iron Priests moved through repair galleries, stripped almost bare of replacement parts, removing track assemblies from destroyed predators, power couplings from immobilized land raiders, and targeting arrays from vehicles whose crews were still cooling inside them. Wolf Priests walked the casualty halls with bolt pistols at their sides, deciding in heartbeats which wounded received surgery and which received a final round through the skull before corruption, blood loss, or organ failure could turn rescue into waste. Logan listened to reports of destroyed companies, burning settlements and broken defense lines without raising his voice. Move Crom's packs east. Grey Hunters reinforce the lower iceworks. Bloodclaws hold until the Oathbreakers are inside the wire. If anyone charges early, tell him I will kill him myself if the enemy is kind enough to leave anything. Beneath the Fang, Jorund Harriksson had stopped believing there was such a thing as a complete regiment. He commanded pieces, 100 Kaels from Wolf's Lair, 2 companies from a defense cohort whose officers had died on Svelgard, survivors from orbital docks, men evacuated from infected zones, artillery crews without guns, and gun crews without artillery. They occupied trench lines dug into frozen ground beneath the mountain's southern batteries, while traitor armor gathered beyond the smoke. Jorund could see them through magnoculars when the wind shifted, tanks advancing behind masses of cult infantry, banners black against fire, walkers moving among them with shapes too angular to belong to anything sane. "Range?" he asked. The Lascannon chief beside him answered, "Closing." That was not a number. Numbers stopped mattering an hour ago. Jorund almost laughed. Then shoot when they become large enough to hate personally. The first Lascannon volley struck the armor column at extreme range. Beams burned through the blizzard and punched into a corrupted battle tank, turning the vehicle's frontal plate white before fire erupted through every hatch. Heavy bolters opened on the infantry following behind. Mass reactive shells crossed the trenches in long red lines, striking cultists in packed ranks and detonating within them. Torsos disappeared. Legs continued running for steps after the bodies above. Them had ceased to exist. One shell entered a man through the mouth and blew the rear half of his skull across the 3 soldiers behind him. Another caught a mutant in the abdomen and opened him from spine to sternum, spilling loops of intestine beneath the boots of the advancing ranks. The dead were climbed over before their blood cooled. Joran's men fired until lasgun power packs became too hot to touch bare-handed. When the first ammunition crate emptied, runners stripped magazines from corpses. When a heavy bolter jammed, its crew dragged another from a dead squad's emplacement. A Kyle with half his face burned away continued feeding a Lascannon until a medic tried to move him and received a punch hard enough to break his nose. Jorand watched all of it and understood why the Imperium had survived 10,000 years. It was not because its gods were stronger. It was because men too exhausted to live another hour routinely decided to fight for 2. Russ watched the war from an exposed command redoubt rather than the Fang. He wanted every Chaos Augur capable of identifying him to know where he stood. Armor Elavagar had acquired so many new scars that its older wounds were becoming difficult to distinguish. Scornspitter hung at his side. Mjolnir rested across his back. Gungnir stood point down in the frozen ground beside him. Njal Stormcaller had spread the surviving map of the Noose across a tactical hololith fed by conventional augurs because psychic reconnaissance had become almost useless. 3 control nodes remain, the Rune Priest said. 1 aboard the orbital Blackstone station, 1 beneath Frostheim. The 3rd is below us, driven into Fenris itself. Logan's face appeared through broken Vox interference. Russ studied the 3 locations and began dividing the hunt. Logan takes Frostheim, Arjak takes the station, Ragnar goes below Fenris. Ragnar Blackmane, standing beside him, frowned. And you? Russ looked toward the enemy army assembling beyond the ridges. I stand where Abaddon expects me. Njal's expression darkened. That is what the trap wants. Aye, so let it look at me while the knives go elsewhere. Arjak Rockfist accepted the orbital mission without ceremony. His Terminator armor still bore heat scoring from the void battles that had nearly killed him, repairs covering older damage with plates whose colors did not quite match. The Blackstone station maintained enough shielding to prevent simple bombardment. Arjak would take Wolfguard through a narrow teleport corridor when Fenrisian ships forced the shields down for less than a heartbeat. Logan's assault upon Frostheim would be less subtle. He would drive directly through Skyrack's plague-held territory and destroy the buried node with armor, artillery, and every cleansing weapon available. Ragnar would descend beneath Asserheim through maintenance shafts, old caverns and passages Bjorn remembered from an age before the modern Fang had taken its present shape. 3 attacks, 3 chances to break the collar. Russ looked at each of them through the Vox and said only, "Do not die proving courage. Die if the work requires it." Skyrack Slaughterborn came to Russ before any of the 3 assaults reached their targets. The Lord Corruptor emerged through a storm of diseased artillery fire at the head of the largest concentration of Bringers of Decay yet seen upon Fenris. Plague-mutated tanks crawled beside them on swollen tracks. Demon engines advanced with sacks of infected flesh hanging between armor ribs. Mortar shells burst above the loyalist lines and released brown clouds that killed unsealed mortals before they could reach shelter. Skyrack himself had grown since Frostheim. His armor seemed less worn than digested, plates separated by folds of yellow-gray flesh that pulsed with slow internal movement. Flies crawled from his gorget when he spoke. "You keep gathering them around you, Wolf King." Russ stood beneath incoming fire with Gungnir in one hand. Gathering what? Sons, servants, men who believe proximity to you changes where the grave waits. Skyrack opened both arms toward the battlefield. Everything rots, every son dies, every fortress becomes dust. You crossed 10,000 years only to discover that the ending had not changed. Russ drew Mjolnir with his other hand. Death being certain has never been a reason to surrender the manner of it. The armies collided. There was no front after the first hour. There were only regions where killing had become denser than elsewhere. Artillery continued falling into melees because commanders could no longer distinguish precise lines. Grey hunters fired bolters at ranges short enough for muzzle flash to illuminate the faces of the traitors they killed. Chaos Chosen crashed into Wolfguard beneath skies filled with burning aircraft. Blood claws tore through cult formations and then struck Plague Marines who absorbed chainsword blows that would have disemboweled ordinary Astartes. Tanks burned in ditches. Wounded men drowned face down in mud made from thawed snow, blood, and human tissue. Russ moved through the center like something older than the battle around him, but the enemy had learned enough not to approach him singly. Havocs fired from distant ruins. Raptors descended behind him. Legionaries struck his flanks, while Possessed attacked from the front. Bolts exploded against armor Alavagar. A plasma shot scorched through one shoulder plate. A chain blade opened the flesh of his forearm before he crushed its wielder's head with the pommel of Mjolnir. A hellbrute reached him through the smoke. The ancient dreadnought body had become almost entirely flesh around its sarcophagus, cables and muscle braided together beneath corrupted armor. Its power fist smashed down hard enough to crater the ground where Russ had been. He rolled beneath the return stroke, drove Gungnir into the elbow joint, and ripped the spear sideways. Hydraulics burst. The limb fell useless. The hellbrute opened fire with a built-in weapon at point-blank range. Russ seized the damaged arm and dragged himself inside the firing arc. Mjolnir struck the sarcophagus once, twice. The frontal plate split. Something inside screamed through external speakers. Russ jammed both hands into the opening and pulled. Armor peeled away. The pilot within was little more than a mutilated torso fused to cables, its mouth stapled around a breathing grill. Russ grabbed the remains by the spine and tore them from the machine. Cables came free, trailing pieces of meat. He threw the ruined pilot beneath the hellbrute's own feet as the chassis collapsed. A possessed champion hit him immediately afterward. It wrapped both arms around Russ from behind, claws entering damaged armor seams. Russ dropped his weight, seized the creature, and heaved it over one shoulder. Before it could rise, he caught it beneath the arms and lifted. The demon screamed through a mouth opening across its chest. Russ drove one knee upward while pulling down with both hands. The possessed folded backward until its spine snapped and the torso bent around his leg. He released the corpse. Another possessed replaced it before the first stopped twitching. That was the danger. Not that any one creature equaled him, that there was always another. Reports arrived through the roar. Logan had reached the Frostheim node. His armor columns had lost nearly half their vehicles crossing plague-saturated ground, but Vindicators had opened the outer vault, and Wolfguard were fighting inside. Arjak's teleport assault had reached the orbital station after 3 failed shield collapses. The first teleport group materialized scattered across separate decks. Some appeared inside solid machinery and died instantly. Arjak survived and gathered enough Wolfguard to fight toward the core. Ragnar was still descending beneath Fenris. Then Frostheim disappeared from the Noose. Njal staggered as one of the black lines vanished from his map. Logan's voice came through seconds later, distorted by explosions. "Node destroyed." Russ heard screaming behind him, then the thunder of collapsing masonry. "Losses?" Logan answered after a pause. "Enough." The channel died. The orbital node followed. Arjak reached the core with fewer than a third of the warriors who had translated with him. Black Legion Terminators held the final chamber around the Noctilith machinery. The fight became a wall of armor, thunderhammers, and point-blank melter fire. One Wolfguard lost both legs below the knees and continued dragging himself forward by the rim of his storm shield until a Chaos Terminator crushed his helm beneath one boot. Arjak broke that warrior apart with the foe hammer and kept moving. When conventional charges failed against the Blackstone heart, He drove his hammer into the machinery again and again, while the station tore, itself apart around him. The final strike split the focusing array. The node went dark. Fenrisian vessels outside immediately opened fire, destroying the crippled station before the Black Legion could recover it. Whether Arjak escaped the wreck became lost beneath static. Only Ragnar's node remained. His voice reached Russ through a burst of Vox interference. "We found it." Russ killed a legionary before answering. "Destroy it." Silence. Then Ragnar said, "We cannot." Russ's expression changed. "Explain." "Charges do nothing. Melter burns the surrounding rock. The Blackstone redirects the energy. Njal was right about the geometry." Ragnar paused while gunfire sounded around him. "It reacts to the spear." Russ looked at Gungnir. Understanding arrived with enough clarity to make him laugh once. Abaddon had not merely anticipated that Russ would retrieve his old weapon. The Warmaster had maneuvered him into doing it. The Noose had been built so that conventional force could cripple portions of it, but not the final heart. The relic Russ had once hated might be the only thing capable of disrupting the mechanism completely. The hunt had been guiding him toward this moment since Garm. Teleport lightning erupted across the battlefield. Black-armored giants appeared in disciplined ranks amid the smoke, Terminator plate marked with the Eye of Horus. Even veteran Grey Hunters hesitated. These were not line legionaries. They were the bringers of despair, the Warmaster's own Terminator elite, warriors whose appearance announced that Abaddon's personal will had entered the battle. Falcus Kibre came among them like a black iron monument, his presence surrounded by veterans equipped for one task rather than glory. They did not charge Russ. Heavy weapons established angles. Terminators spread to close escape routes. Supporting legionaries reinforced the gaps. Kibre looked across the field and saw the Primarch. He did not smile. "Hold him," Kibre ordered. "Do not duel him. Do not answer challenges. He moves, you move. He bleeds, you press. The Warmaster requires time." Russ heard the command through captured Vox traffic and grinned despite himself. Njal did not. The rune priest had fallen to one knee beside the command redoubt. Blood ran from his nose and both ears. Russ reached him between bursts of incoming fire. "What is it?" "The field. The noose. It is tightening." Njal struggled to breathe. Not only around the warp, around everything touched by it. His eyes lifted toward Russ. "Demons are weakening. Psychic manifestations are collapsing. I can barely feel the weird beyond my own skin." Russ understood the part Njal did not want to say. "And me?" The rune priest hesitated. "Primarchs are flesh," Njal said, "but not only flesh." A tremor passed through Russ that had nothing to do with artillery. For an instant, his heart struck out of rhythm. Armor Elavagar felt heavier around him. The air itself seemed to resist his movement, as though invisible chains had begun gathering around bone and soul together. Across the battlefield, Skyrack advanced with the bringers of decay. Kibre's Terminators closed from the other direction. Hundreds of elite traitors filled the ground between Russ and the entrance to Ragnar's underground position. Russ checked Scornspitter. The weapon's ammunition indicator blinked empty. Its casing had cracked during the fighting. He looked at it once and dropped the ancient bolter into the blood-soaked snow. Grey Hunters gathered around him. Russ lifted Gungnir in his left hand and Mjolnir in his right. "No one follows." Ragnar's voice came over the Vox from beneath the mountain. "My king." "No." Kibre's Terminators began advancing. Skyrack raised his diseased weapon. Njal forced himself upright. "Leman, there are hundreds." Russ looked toward the black-armored wall between him and the last node. "Aye." He rolled one damaged shoulder, blood running from beneath the plates. Behind him, surviving wolves began to move anyway. Russ turned his head. "I said no one follows me. Hold this ground. If I fail, kill whatever comes back wearing my face." Then the Wolf King faced the army before him. The Blackstone noose tightened. Russ charged alone. Russ did not charge the Black Legion as a warrior seeking death. He charged as a hunter entering difficult ground. The distinction became clear before the first bringer of despair fired. The open killing field between the Loyalist redoubt and Ragnar's position had become a ruin of burned tanks, shattered trenches, artillery craters, and mountains of bodies accumulated through hours of fighting. Falcus Kibra had arranged his Terminators across it with overlapping fields of fire, Havocs positioned on broken ridges behind them, and lesser legionaries filling the intervals. It was the kind of ground upon which even a Primarch could be reduced to a target if he behaved like the creature of saga his enemies expected. Russ did not. He disappeared into a crater before the first Lascannon fired, crossed beneath the smoking carcass of a predator, and emerged behind an overturned chimera as heavy weapons burned the place where he had been. A melter beam struck the wreck and turned armor into orange liquid. Russ was already moving again. He kept wreckage between himself and the Havocs, forced Terminators to descend into trenches where only a few could face him at once, and crossed artillery scars whose broken geometry ruined the lines Kibra had established. He was not ignoring the army. He was cutting it into pieces small enough to kill. The first bringer of despair reached him in the trench beneath a curtain of artillery fire. The Terminator carried a combi bolter and a power maul, both weapons already raised when Russ came around the corner. Bolter fire struck Armor Elavagar across the breast and left shoulder. The ancient plate absorbed the first impacts. The next burst found a seam opened during the fighting with Threxos and detonated beneath the outer layer, throwing fragments of ceramite and Primarch blood across the trench wall. Russ struck before the traitor could fire again. Mjolnir entered beneath the arm and cut through the upper torso, opening armor, reinforced ribs, and both lungs in one stroke. A second Terminator came from behind the corpse and fired a combi melter almost against Russ's shoulder. The blast hit. Armor Elavagar finally failed. The shoulder plate became white-hot, split, and partially liquefied. The heat beneath it charred flesh down to blackened muscle. Russ staggered hard enough to strike the trench wall. The bringer advanced immediately, knowing better than to admire the wound. Russ looked at the molten ruin of his shoulder, then seized the Terminator by the throat and drove Mjolnir upward through the groin, abdomen, chest, and lower jaw. The warrior came apart around the blade. Russ tore the sword free and nearly fell. Space wolves saw it. Grey hunters fighting along the distant ridges saw the Wolf King place one hand against the trench wall to remain upright. Blood ran down his side. Smoke rose from his shoulder. The sight moved through the rout faster than any Vox transmission. The legend could bleed. The legend could weaken. The warrior whose return had turned retreating Kaels back toward the guns might die within sight of them. Njal felt the change in the men around him and snarled into the command channel. "Hold your ground. He ordered you to hold." A wolf guard answered, "He is alone." "Aye, and if you run after him, you will give Kibra the targets he wants. Trust the order, even if you hate it." Kibra heard the same reports and refused the temptation to close. "Rotate the first Talon," he ordered. "Damaged warriors fall back. Second Talon moves right. Keep the Havocs firing between contacts." One Terminator captain protested. "He is wounded." He was wounded before he began. Kibra watched Russ disappear beneath another wreck. Do not see weakness and mistake it for permission. The Bringers moved with discipline rare among the armies of the Dark Gods. Warriors whose shields had cracked withdrew behind fresh armor. Teleport homers flared and repositioned reserve squads across the battlefield, never close enough to risk appearing inside Russ's reach. Havocs fired when the Terminators disengaged, filling moments of separation with autocannon shells, missiles, and Lascannon beams. Russ killed one bringer, and another immediately attacked from a different angle. A chain fist cut across his thigh and opened armor to the flesh beneath. A power axe struck his ribs. A combi bolter burst exploded against his back. He answered each wound with death. But Kibre demanded no impossible heroics from his men. Every warrior was expected to survive long enough to wound the Primarch and withdraw if possible. They were not dueling him, they were processing him. Russ understood the pattern after the third rotation. His breathing became ragged enough for enemy Vox interceptors to hear it. His movements slowed. Mjolnir dragged fractionally lower between strikes. One bringer drove him backward across the remains of a trench and escaped instead of pressing the advantage, exactly as Kibre had ordered. Russ allowed his left knee to buckle. He remained there for 2 heartbeats. Head bowed, Gungnir braced against the ground, as though it alone held him upright. Kibre saw the weakness from across the field. He did not rush personally, but he committed the reserve required to exploit it. 6 Terminators advanced through a ravine between 2 wrecked armor columns, while supporting legionaries moved behind them. Russ waited until the last warrior entered the cut. Then he lifted his head. Now! Long Fangs opened fire from positions Kibre had believed abandoned. Russ had crossed the battlefield toward that ravine deliberately, exposing himself until the bringers herded their own reserve into the pre-sighted channel. Lascannon beams struck the formation from both sides. The first Terminator disappeared inside a flash of superheated armor and vaporized flesh. Crack missiles followed. One struck a bringer's storm shield hard enough to shatter the field generator and hurl the warrior into the wall of the ravine. Another exploded beneath a Terminator's feet, removing both legs and throwing the torso into the warriors behind him. Heavy fire walked along the trapped supporting legionaries. Black ceramite burst. Bodies fell in sections. Kibre watched the reserve formation die and understood that the slowing movements had been performance. Russ rose to his full height and looked directly toward the distant Black Legion commander. The barbarian smiled. Kibre went to meet him then, not because anger overcame judgment, but because Russ had reached the point where command distance became a weakness. The bringers of despair closed around their lord as he descended into the killing ground, but Kibre ordered them apart before they reached the Primarch. No circle, leave lanes for fire. Russ came through smoke with one shoulder exposed beneath ruined armor and blood covering much of his warplate. You took your time, he said. Kibre's voice emerged from his Terminator helm like stone grinding inside a tomb. I was not sent to entertain you. Good. Entertainers die badly. Kibre attacked with the weight of Terminator armor and the speed of something no longer entirely governed by mortal flesh. His first blow met Mjolnir and drove Russ half a step backward. The second came from another angle before the Primarch recovered. Russ caught it upon Gungnir's haft. Kibre followed with a brutal strike into the chest. Armor Elavagar cracked across the breastplate. Russ's breath left him in a spray of blood. Kibre did not speak. He pressed forward, his movements economical, centuries of warfare stripped of anything unnecessary. Russ struck him across the helm with Mjolnir. The blow would have removed the head of an ordinary Astartes. Kibre's Terminator plate split along the side, and the demon-touched warrior remained standing. He hit Russ again. For several exchanges, the duel looked almost equal, but only because Kibre's armor, corruption, and experience allowed him to survive moments that would have killed lesser warriors. Russ began reading those moments. He stopped attacking the center mass. Mjolnir struck the same weapon joint twice, then Gungnir hooked beneath Kibre's guard and forced his arm wide. Russ caught the weapon with his damaged hand. Servos screamed. Kibre tried to wrench free. Russ broke the weapon across the edge of a wrecked tank hull and drove one shoulder into the Terminator's chest. The collision lifted Kibre from the ground. Russ carried him several strides and smashed him through the side armor of a burned Land Raider. Black plate, hull metal, and internal bracing collapsed together. Kibre landed inside the wreck beneath tons of debris. Russ tore open the hull to reach him. Teleportation lightning filled the wreck first. Kibre vanished beneath white fire. Russ's hand closed around empty air. Across the battlefield, the Warmaster's command protocols had denied him the kill. Kibre reappeared far behind the Black Legion line, armor shattered and one arm hanging. Uselessly, but alive. Russ stared toward the fading teleport flare and laughed once through blood. Ezekiel learned that lesson as well. Skyrack Slaughterborn struck, while Russ's attention remained on the withdrawal. The Lord Corruptor came through the smoke surrounded by flies so dense they formed a moving cloak around him. He had grown almost beyond the proportions of Astartes' warplate. Armor plates floated upon swollen flesh like islands upon diseased water. Horns, fungal growths and tubes filled with yellow fluid pushed from his body. Small things crawled beneath transparent blisters across his neck. The deaths caused by his plague throughout the system had fed the warp pressure around him until every step left black mold spreading across the ground. Russ smelled him before he turned. Skyrack's weapon struck Gungnir and sprayed corrosive fluid across Russ's damaged shoulder. The effect was immediate. Charred flesh beneath the broken armor darkened further, veins turning black as the contamination entered the wound. Russ moved away rather than grappling. Skyrack laughed, wet and deep. At last you understand distance. Russ wiped blackened blood from the wound. I understand that touching you is unpleasant. Everything becomes unpleasant in the end. The Lord Corruptor advanced through bolt fire from distant wolves. Rounds opened his abdomen and released clouds of flies, worms, and liquefied organs. The wounds pulsed and partially closed while he walked. Russ used Mjolnir to cut away a diseased arm and received a spray of corrosive matter across his breastplate for the effort. The severed limb continued moving upon the ground. Skyrack's laughter followed him. Look at you, king without a legion, son without brothers, executioner without an empire worth saving. Russ circled him through smoke and fire. You traveled home and found the home changed. Your legion became a chapter. Your brothers died, vanished, or became strangers. The Imperium you served became a corpse, worshipping another corpse. Russ attacked, and Skyrack blocked with a rusted blade grown into his remaining arm. Your father sits dead upon his throne, the Chaos Lord continued. Your sons will rot. Fenris will break. Every memory you defend will become dust. You cannot preserve anything. Russ forced the corrupted blade aside. Preservation was never my duty. Skyrack hesitated. Russ's teeth showed. I was made to end things. The next blow opened Skyrack from shoulder to sternum. Diseased matter poured from the wound. Russ did not close. He stepped away, letting fire from supporting wolves burn the exposed corruption before attacking again. Skyrack recovered and struck Russ across the jaw hard enough to throw him into the wreckage of a chimera. Russ rose slowly. Black veins had spread from his shoulder toward his neck. Skyrack extended his arms as if embracing the battlefield. Then end me. Another servant will rise. Another plague will come. Another war. You cannot win against inevitability. Russ spat blood. Survival was never the point of an executioner's duty. He lifted Gungnir. The point is that the condemned dies first. The spear struck Skyrack beneath the breastplate. Everything stopped. For a heartbeat, the Lord Corruptor saw beyond the gifts layered around his soul. Russ saw it as well, through whatever truth Gungnir forced upon the wound. Beneath the rot, blessings and claims of eternal recurrence existed something surprisingly small. Fear. Not fear of pain, not fear of death. Skyrack had endured both too often. Fear that one day the plague would continue without his name. Fear that Nurgle's endless cycles would swallow the memory of the servant as completely as they swallowed worlds. Fear of becoming one forgotten corpse among an infinity of decay. Skyrack's eyes widened. Russ leaned close. There you are. Mjolnir entered the wound Gungnir had opened. The Balanite blade cut through corrupted plate and tore downward until Skyrack's torso opened almost to the waist. The Lord Corruptor tried to strike, but Russ abandoned both weapons for one moment and seized him with his hands. Diseased fluids burned through damaged gauntlets. Russ ignored them. He planted one boot against Skyrack's pelvis, gripped the open torso, and pulled. The body came apart. Ribs broke, spine separated, corrupted organs stretched into ropes before tearing free. The upper, half of Skyrack's slaughterborn, remained alive in Russ's hands, mouth opening and closing, while black blood poured from the ruined waist. Russ turned and threw the torso into a trench already burning with promethium. Skyrack struck the fire, writhed once, and disappeared beneath it. Russ retrieved Mjolnir and Gungnir. Then he nearly collapsed. Ragnar found him at the entrance to the underground node. The Wolf Lord's armor was cracked and bloodied, his pack reduced to a handful of survivors, guarding a chamber where Blackstone structures rose from the floor in interlocking geometric ribs. Charges had been placed everywhere. Melted rock showed where melter weapons had fired. None of it had damaged the central core. "My king!" Russ descended the final steps with one hand against the wall. Ragnar looked at the black veins spreading beneath Russ's wounds. "You need a wolf priest." "I need that dead." The spear reacts to it. Russ approached the structure. Gungnir trembled in his hand before touching the Noctilith. Njal's voice came weakly through the vox. "If you strike the core, the reaction may run back through the spear." Russ looked toward the weapon. "And through you," Njal continued. "The field is already suppressing the weird. Whatever binds your flesh to what lies beyond it may be caught in the backlash." Ragnar held out one gauntlet. "Then give me Gungnir." Russ looked at him. "I can strike it," Ragnar said. "No." "If the blow kills the bearer." "No." Ragnar's anger surfaced. "You taught us not to waste a life merely because it is ours." Russ moved closer until Ragnar had to lift his head. "And I taught you that a Jarl knows which burdens belong to him." The surviving Vox systems activated before Ragnar could answer. Static vanished. Every battlefield channel, every tank receiver, every shipboard speaker, and every functioning command set within the sealed Fenris system carried the same voice. Abaddon. Leman Russ. Russ turned toward nothing. The Warmaster sounded neither mocking nor triumphant. "You have exceeded the predictions of several men who assured me prediction was their gift." Russ's expression hardened. Abaddon continued. "Threxos believed he could break you in the void. Korda believed desire would expose you. Slaughterborn believed decay would teach you surrender. Val believed your memories were chains. All are dead." "Your servants disappoint you," Russ said. "No, they served precisely as required." Russ looked at the Blackstone core. Abaddon's voice became quieter. "I never expected them to kill a Primarch." Ragnar understood before Russ answered. "They were measuring you." "Aye," Abaddon said. "Weapons, temper, loyalties, tactical habits, the losses you will accept, the wounds that slow you, the memories that anger you, the relics you reach for when force is insufficient." Gungnir trembled harder, and one question remained. Russ stared into the Blackstone. Abaddon spoke with the respect of an old enemy, finally receiving an answer purchased at impossible cost. Could Leman Russ still bleed? Blood ran from beneath Russ's armor and struck the stone floor. "Yes," Abaddon said. "Now I know." The noose began to contract. Blackstone screamed throughout the system. Russ raised Gungnir above his head. Gungnir remained raised above Leman Russ, while the Blackstone noose tightened around him. The air had become heavy enough to taste. Every breath entered his lungs like iron filings. Black veins spread from the plague wounds beneath ruined armor Elavagar, pulsing beneath skin already burned by melter fire, and the ancient spear trembled in his grip as though some immense force beyond sight were attempting to wrench it away. Around the underground chamber, Noctilith ribs groaned against one another. Their surfaces drank the light cast by emergency lumens until the shadows between them became absolute. Ragnar Blackmane stood several strides behind his Gene Father, Frostblade lowered but ready, while the surviving wolves watched blood fall steadily from Russ's armor and strike the stone beneath his boots. Across every functioning Vox channel in the Fenris system, Abaddon's voice remained calm. Armies continued murdering one another, while the two survivors of an older age spoke. Macro cannon shells crossed the void. Tanks burned upon. Frostheim. Kaels died beneath the Fang. Black Legionnaires fought Grey Hunters over trenches filled with bodies. None of it interrupted the Warmaster. "You hear them dying," Abaddon said. Russ lowered Gungnir until the spear point hovered above the heart of the Blackstone node. "I hear many things. An empire you no longer recognize. Sons fighting beneath the corpse banner of a father who forbade men to worship him. Priests commanding armies in his name. Worlds burned because doctrine demands it. You left one imperium, Leman Russ. You returned to another." Russ's expression did not change. "And you improved it, did you?" Static whispered across the channel. Somewhere beyond the sealed system, Abaddon laughed once. "I did not claim innocence. No, you claim inevitability, because it saves you the labor of admitting choice." Russ shifted his grip upon Gungnir. Ragnar could see the strain in his arms now. The noose was pressing against something deeper than muscle and bone. "Horus chose," Russ continued. "You chose after him. 10,000 years of worlds butchered, sons corrupted, and men fed into the dark, and you would stand there telling me the Imperium became ugly without your help." Abaddon answered without anger. "You failed Horus because you could not kill him when the moment came. I failed him because I believed too long in the man he had been. We both learned from him. Do not put us in the same grave. We already stand in it. The heresy never ended. It only outlived those arrogant enough to believe they could finish it." Russ looked toward Ragnar, though his answer was meant for the Warmaster. "There is the difference between us, Ezekiel. I know what I failed." He placed the point of Gungnir against the Noctilith. The Blackstone screamed through the soles of every warrior's boots. "You built a throne from yours." Abaddon allowed the silence to hold for a moment. When he spoke again, there was no mockery in him. "Fenris may survive. The Fang may stand. Your sons may write this as victory if they require the comfort. None of that erases what I have purchased." Tactical feeds flickered across Ragnar's helm, streams of battle data breaking beneath interference. "I know you live," Abaddon said. "I know the weapons you carry. I know the spear still answers you. I know how you respond to Blackstone. I know what memories awaken anger and which awaken hesitation. I know you will abandon warriors to complete an objective. I know you will burn your own wounded before corruption can claim them. I know which sons you trust with independent command. I know how far you will travel for relics tied to the Emperor. I know you bleed." Russ listened without pretending otherwise. The admission mattered because denying the Warmaster's success would make him smaller than the enemy deserved. "Aye," he said, "you learned much." Ragnar looked toward him. Russ's eyes had become very cold. "And so did I." For the first time, Abaddon did not immediately answer. Russ leaned upon Gungnir as the Blackstone pushed back. "You spent fleets to learn whether I existed. You spent chosen to learn how I fight. You fed billions into Fenris because one more son of the Emperor frightened you enough to require certainty." Abaddon's reply came quieter. "Fear is a word for lesser minds. Call it strategy, if that helps you sleep." Russ bared his teeth. "You built an entire war around one wolf because you remember what happened when Primarchs still walked openly. You remember armies breaking because one of us entered the field. You remember what my brothers did to your legion. You remember what I nearly did to Horus." The Vox remained silent. Russ's smile widened without warmth. "Now I know what you fear enough to plan around." He drove the butt of Gungnir against the stone once. "Next time, Ezekiel, you will not choose the ground." The Warmaster's amusement was gone when he answered, "There will be a next time, "Aye. You sound certain." "I am." Then Russ drove Gungnir into the heart of the Noose. There was no explosion. The spear entered Blackstone, and reality made a sound like something alive being opened with a knife. Ragnar saw Gungnir sink deeper than the dimensions of the node should have allowed. White fire crawled from the weapon's blade, not burning across the surface, but moving through it, revealing veins inside the noctilith that had not existed a heartbeat earlier. The entire chamber inverted. Shadows became bright. Lumens became black spheres. Ragnar felt his secondary heart stop, restart and strike twice too quickly. Njal Stormcaller screamed over the Vox. "Shield your minds. All rune priests, seal the word. Do not reach outward." The warning spread too late for some. Psychic energy raced through the lattice at speeds no instrument could measure. Buried Blackstone structures throughout Fenris fractured from within. Sorcerous wards reversed their purpose. Demon engines convulsed as the warp entities bound inside them found the machinery suddenly hostile to their existence. Across battlefields, rune-marked artillery pieces fired without command. Possessed legionaries dropped to their knees while things inside them tried to tear free. The first surviving control node detonated beneath Frostheim. Logan Grimnar had barely withdrawn his forward packs from the excavation when the Blackstone core split along impossible angles. For a heartbeat, the broken structure became a window. Something immense looked through from the other side. Men within sight of it went blind. One grey hunter fired his bolter into the apparition until blood streamed from his eyes. Then the opening collapsed inward. Demons manifested across the battlefield in a sudden wave, dozens becoming hundreds, as the failing geometry vomited warp matter into real space. They existed for seconds. Njal's psychic command reached the surviving rune priests, and the wolves held rather than charging. The Blackstone polarity changed again. The demons vanished so violently that some took pieces of the world with them, leaving pits where men and stone had been ripped halfway into the immaterium before the passage sealed. High above Fenris, the ruined orbital station containing Arjak Rockfist's assault force broke apart around its dead node. The station's central spine folded as though clenched by an invisible fist. Wolfguard and Black Legion Terminators fighting across its decks were hurled into vacuum together. Men spun into darkness, with weapons still firing. Arjak had reached an emergency teleport chamber with only a handful of brothers when the machinery failed. The first translation pulse took 2 warriors and half of a third. The second never activated. Arjak looked toward the rupturing hull, slammed the faux hammer into the chamber controls, and roared at the machine spirit until a damaged teleport relay aboard a Fenrisian cruiser caught his beacon. White fire swallowed him as the station's reactor went critical. The explosion turned thousands of tons of metal, noctilith, and bodies into a cloud of burning debris that spread across the orbit of Fenris. The final node died beneath Russ. The backlash entered him through Gungnir. Ragnar saw his gene father's body lock. Russ threw his head back and roared as white fire traced every scar in Armor Elavagar. Blood burst from his nose, ears, and the corners of his eyes. For an instant, the Primarch became translucent, not disappearing, but revealing something impossible beneath his flesh. A suggestion of storm, fang, winter, and predatory light forced into the shape of a man. Then the vision collapsed. Russ remained standing only because both hands were locked around the spear. Ragnar moved toward him. "My king!" Russ snarled without looking back. "Stay where you are." The node broke. A shockwave passed through the Fenris system. Ships lost power. Void shields collapsed. Men were thrown from their feet inside vessels thousands of kilometers from the nearest anchor. Blackstone satellites shattered. One fragment struck a traitor cruiser and passed through its hull like an asteroid, opening 6 decks to vacuum. Millions died across the system in the minutes surrounding the collapse. Loyalist artillery batteries disappeared when buried Noctilith deposits detonated beneath them. Entire cult armies were swallowed by fissures opening through corrupted ground. Kael trenches vanished beneath collapsing ice. Victory arrived the way most victories did in the Imperium, wearing the face of another catastrophe. Then the warp returned. Navigators screamed as the Sea of Souls reappeared all at once. The Astronomicon burned again at the edge of perception. Astropathic choirs received so many messages simultaneously that several sanctioned psychers died before their overseers could sever the Yao connections. Translation corridors opened along the edge of the system. Black Legion commanders reacted first. They did not rout. Traitor vessels broke away according to pre-arranged withdrawal patterns. Damaged Astartes strike craft received escort, while mortal transports were ordered to hold position and continue fighting. Valuable demon engines were lifted where possible. Legionaries withdrew from exposed ground under covering fire. Terminators vanished beneath controlled teleportation pulses. Traitor guard armor was abandoned when recovery required too much time. Cult armies received orders to advance and discovered only after moving that the Black Legion had already left them behind. Ragnar watched enemy icons retreat across the tactical display and heard Space Wolf commanders demanding pursuit. Russ pulled Gungnir from the shattered core. The act nearly put him on one knee. He straightened through force of will. No pursuit beyond the system boundary. Ragnar stared at him. They are running. They are withdrawing. We can cut them apart. That is what angry men always say while entering the second trap. Russ keyed the wider command channel. All packs hold at the boundary. Kill what remains inside. Recover our wounded. Recover Gene Seed. No vessel follows the arch-enemy into the warp without my order. Several commanders protested. Russ ended the discussion with one growled word. Obey. Days later, Fenris still burned. There was no moment when the war simply ended. Gunfire faded by degrees. Pockets of abandoned cultists fought until ammunition disappeared, then charged with blades, tools, and bare hands. Isolated demon engines had to be hunted through ruined settlements. Plague zones continued spreading even after Skyrack's death. Frostheim contained valleys where the ice had become permanently stained brown-green and where even sealed armor required purification after minutes of exposure. Svelgard's fortifications existed as interconnected fields of rubble, their great guns broken open and their ammunition chambers transformed into craters. Valdemani had lost shrines older than entire imperial dynasties. In orbit, wrecked vessels drifted among frozen bodies. Some corpses remained recognizable. Others had shattered when atmosphere vented and temperature dropped too quickly. Debris fields stretched for kilometers, containing broken fighters, armor plates, torpedoes, coffins, cargo containers, and pieces of warships large enough to crush cities if their decaying orbits carried them downward. Cogitators calculated casualties because no human clerk could hold the numbers in his mind. They calculated for days and continued revising upward. The Fang survived. Parts of it had become tombs. Sealed Medici levels remained black behind fused doors where Russ's purge had burned infected brothers alive. Other chambers could not be reopened because corpses and wreckage had welded themselves into access routes. Kaels moved through the halls carrying body bags until they ran out of bags. Then they used canvas, then cloaks, then whatever cloth remained. Russ walked the halls of the dead with Bjorn. No priests accompanied them. They passed rows of sarcophagi, broken armor, and names already being carved into stone. Bjorn's heavy chassis moved slowly beside his gene father. "You are leaving again," the dreadnought said. Russ did not deny it. "Aye." "How familiar." Russ stopped. Bjorn did as well. For several heartbeats they faced the dead rather than one another. Russ finally said, "When I left you behind, I told myself it was duty." "You told everyone that." "It was duty." Russ looked toward Bjorn. "It was also cowardice." The ancient dreadnought said nothing. "I needed someone to remember," Russ continued. Someone who had seen what we were before the sagas made us cleaner. Someone who could tell the truth when the rest became legend. His voice lowered, and I could not bear to ask whether you wanted that burden. So I ordered it. Bjorn's optics burned steadily. I would have said no. I know. I hated you for centuries. I know. I missed you for all 10,000 years. Russ closed his eyes once. When he opened them, there was no smile. Both were deserved. Bjorn's claw shifted upon the stone. That is the closest you will receive to forgiveness. Russ nodded. It is more than I expected. Logan Grimnar offered him the fang before the fleet was ready. The great wolf stood with Russ upon an armory balcony overlooking repair halls where damaged land raiders sat open like butchered beasts. Iron priests crawled through their engines. Servitors carried replacement plating. Sparks rained from welding rigs. The route is yours, Logan said. It always was. Russ watched the work below. No, Logan's brow furrowed. You are the Wolf King. I was. You are. Russ turned toward him. And you are Great Wolf. You held this hall while I wandered beyond it. You buried the dead I never knew. You fought wars I did not see. The warriors below were shaped by your age, not mine. They are your sons. Aye, that does not make them children. Logan regarded him carefully. Then what are you? Russ looked toward the void beyond the armory windows. The hunter. Logan's expression slowly changed. You mean to go after Abaddon? I mean to ensure the next battlefield belongs to us. And the fang? Russ nodded toward the armory below. Yours, Jarl. Keep it standing. Preparation replaced mourning, because the Imperium rarely allowed enough time for both. Wolf priests recovered gene seed from bodies too damaged for burial. Armorers hammered corrupted dents from warplate, or replaced shattered sections with plates painted in colors that did not quite match. Manufactoria beneath the fang resumed producing bolt shells before entire casualty lists had been completed. Iron priests patched strike cruisers with armor scavenged from wrecks. Thunderhawks, whose machine spirits should have been granted rest, were returned to service because nothing else could fly. Kaels loaded ammunition beside memorial walls still being carved. Skjalds moved among survivors, collecting names, last words, and unit histories. Russ ordered them to record what happened without polishing it. No lies, he told them. No 100 enemies for every warrior who killed 3. No songs about men smiling while they burned. The dead paid enough. Do not make them pay for our pride as well. When the fleet finally gathered above Fenris, it looked nothing like a conquering armada. Its vessels wore mismatched armor plates. Several cruisers carried whole weapon decks sealed behind emergency bulkheads. Engines burned unevenly. Gun batteries had empty housings where replacement weapons did not exist. Yet they moved. Ragnar found Russ upon a high observation platform overlooking Fenris. The wolf's eye burned beyond the atmosphere. Wreckage still crossed the sky in slow lines of fire. Gungnir rested in Russ's hand. Mjalnar hung at his side. Armor Elavagar had been repaired only enough to function. Many scars remained visible. Ragnar stood beside him. Abaddon knows you bleed. Russ looked toward the stars. Aye. He knows much more than that. Aye. Ragnar waited. Russ smiled. He asked the wrong question. The younger Wolf Lord looked toward him. Russ lifted Gungnir and pointed toward the darkness where the Black Legion had withdrawn. Ezekiel wanted to know whether the Wolf King could bleed. The first Fenrisian warships began turning from orbit. Russ's smile became the expression of a predator that had finally found a scent worth following. Now we teach him something more useful. Ragnar heard engines ignite across the fleet. A wounded wolf can still hunt. Fenris burned behind them. Ahead waited the long war, the despoiler, and every horror between the stars. The wolf time had begun.
Thank you, brothers, for watching tonight's Hammer Lord video. I've been hearing the feedback, and y'all been wanting more Space Wolves. As always, before we get going, be sure to like and comment any videos or topics you want to see in the future. Be sure to subscribe for the Emperor. And before we get going, be sure to check out the merch in the description below.
Brothers, the Emperor demands you ready for battle. Reinforce your war gear at Warhammer.store with fresh grimdark apparel, accessories, and collectibles worthy of any loyal servant of the Imperium or agent of chaos. New collections emerge from the warp regularly, with new designs constantly joining the armory. The Emperor protects. Lorehammer provides the gear. Gear up and join the crusade at Lorehammer.store.